energy sources is not just an environment and climate imperative, but also an opportunity to foster economic growth and social equity. Over 2 transformative days, the conference will be geared towards steering on a path to a more sustainable, equitable, and carbon-neutral future for Jharkhand. Ladies and gentlemen, before I move on, a very important announcement to make. Please, it is a request to all the dignitaries, our delegates and guests, to please put your phones in silent mode. Thank you so much. And there's another information that I would like to put forward, ladies and gentlemen. You can see QR codes everywhere inside the auditorium, outside, in the pre-function area. You can scan the QR code to get the entire information about this 2-day conference. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to call our dignitaries on the dais. First, I would like to call on stage Mr. Ramapati Kumar, Chief Executive Officer, Center for Environment and Energy Development, distinguished public policy expert, social entrepreneur, and campaign strategist. His work spans a variety of fields, including green energy, green hydrogen, energy transition, climate change, sustainability, education, waste. Over 26 years of experience in social development, ladies and gentlemen. Now I would like to call Miss Isabel Shan, Resident Representative, United Nations Development Program, India. Can we put our hands together for her? Her roles have included Deputy Resident Representative of UNDP, Burkina Faso, Team Leader at UNDP's Regional Hub for Europe and Central Asia in Istanbul, Policy and Programs Specialist with UNDP's Bureau of Crisis Prevention and Recovery in New York, and at the Regional Center for West and Central Africa in Dakar. Welcome, ma'am. Now I would like to call on stage Dr. D.K. Saxena, IFS Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forests, Department of Forest, Environment and Climate Change, Government of Jharkhand. A 1992 batch Indian Forest Service officer, is celebrated for his significant contributions to forest and biodiversity, conservation and wildlife management. Dr. Saxena's work underscores the vital balance between human development and environmental preservation, making him a respected figure in conservation circles. Next, I would like to call on stage Mr. A.K. Rastogi, retired IFS Chairman of Task Force Sustainable Just Transition and Green Hydrogen Mission, Government of Jharkhand, holding esteemed positions in Principal Chief Conservator of Forests and Head of Forest Forces in Jharkhand. He also chaired the Jharkhand State Pollution Control Board. With extensive experience in climate-related matters, Mr. Rastogi is particularly interested in land and water resource management, biodiversity, conservation, environmental laws, green energy, green hydrogen, energy transition, sustainability, sustainable mobility, and climate change. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call on stage Mr. Sanjay Srivastava, IFS Principal Chief Conservator of Forest and Head of Forest Force, Government of Jharkhand. An officer of the 1989 Indian Forest Service batch, serves as additional PCCF Special Projects in Jharkhand, an advocate for participatory forest management, represented Jharkhand at COP24 and COP14. His work also focuses on analyzing policy issues and the socio-economic impacts of resources policies. Next, I would like to call on stage, ladies and gentlemen, can we please put our hands together for our honorable chief guest, Mr. L. Kiangte, IAS Chief Secretary, Government of Jharkhand. An IAS officer is renowned for his significant contributions to Jharkhand's growth, emphasizing environmental sustainability and inclusive development. His leadership and insight have been pivotal in promoting a clean, sustainable ecosystem, earning him widespread respect and admiration. His dedication inspires many as he continues to influence Jharkhand's future positively. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to honor our guest. May I please request Mr. A.K. Rastogi, sir, to kindly felicitate our ma'am, Isabel Chan. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here with us. Thank you. May I please request Mr. Ramapati Kumar to kindly felicitate Mr. Sanjay Srivastava. May I please request Mr. A.K. Rastogi to kindly felicitate our honorable chief guest, Mr. L. Kiangte. Thank you so much, sir. And would like to request Mr. Ramapati, sir, to kindly felicitate Dr. D.K. Saxena. Thank you so much. Now, may I please request our honorable chief guest and all the other dignitaries to kindly come forward towards our inaugural lamp, and let's begin with the auspicious lamp lighting ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please join in and put our hands together for the lamp lighting ceremony? This is the inaugural ceremony. We will be beginning our conference, which will be for 2 days, today and tomorrow. Thank you so much. May I please request everybody to kindly take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, now we see a video clip about the brief about this conference. Can we please see the video clip?
And home to many other hard-to-abate industries. As a leader in critical mineral reserves, out of 17 critical minerals that are present in India, 12 are found in Jharkhand. Despite its predominant position on mines and mineral map, the state of Jharkhand has faced a severe impact of climate change. 75% of the districts have a presence of the coal ecosystem and hard-to-abate industries. More than 60% of districts in this Jharkhand are climate vulnerable. 68% of land is under continuous degradation because of natural and man-made reasons. With ambition to achieve net zero goal and to move away from the fossil fuel-based economy, OR. In another word, to develop a future-ready economy. Government of Jharkhand is organizing an international conference in collaboration with Center for Environment and Energy Development, United Nations Development Programme and World Resource Institute India. This conference acts as a guiding beacon for collective efforts in mitigating environmental challenges and learnings, necessitating a holistic approach that encompasses consideration on thematic areas: energy transition, decarbonization pathways, livelihood transition, coal transition, sustainable mobility, green hydrogen mission, and the imperative need for addressing climate finance. This conference is not just an assembly of minds, it is a convergence of visions, a united effort to pave the way for a brighter, cleaner, and more sustainable tomorrow. The Task Force on Sustainable Just Transition, constituted by the government of Jharkhand in 2022, is not a mere committee. It is a collective force driving the transition narrative for the entire nation. This is the first of its kind initiative in India and one among Global South. The mandate is to develop policy recommendations that propel Jharkhand into a future-ready state. This crucial effort seeks to delve deeply into the intricate connections between climate change and the economic and ecological resilience through a comprehensive study and assessment. Strategic approaches and process, bottom-up planning, best-in-class research, learning best practices, capacity development, guiding principles, envisioning a future-ready Jharkhand through sustainable transition, equity, justice, gender, inclusivity. 8 thematic areas have been identified, each a stepping stone towards the future of green economy. The task force mandate extends beyond mere assessment. It is charged with informing strategic outcomes.
Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we move towards the launch of, for the first time, the Task Force website by our honorable chief guest. Sir, can we please do the honors? Are we ready, the technical team? Okay, so with Hello. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, The website of task force has been launched by our honorable chief guest. Thank you so much. And now, moving on towards our welcome note, an opening remark by Mr. Ramapati Kumar, Chief Executive Officer, Center for Environment and Energy Development. Sir, can we please have you on the podium?
Hello, yeah. Respected Chief Secretary, Government of Jharkhand, Sri L. Khyangte ji, thanks a lot for being here. Sir, I know that you have a very tight schedule and you told me that there is a video conferencing of the Home Secretary ji happening, and sir also happens to be a Home Secretary, so he had to attend. So really, really thankful, sir, to you being here. Chairman Task Force Sustainable Just Transition, Government of Jharkhand, Sri A.K. Rastogi ji, Dr. Sanjay Srivastava, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest and Head of Forest Forces, Government of Jharkhand, Dr. D.K. Saxena, Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Government of Jharkhand, Resident Representative, UNDP, Ms. Isabel Chan ji, and there are other important government officers sitting over here, Ashish Tiwari ji, Sanjeev sir, Vaibhav, Vikas Mehta, and the government officer from central government of Jharkhand, UP, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, West Bengal, and Odisha, respected moderators and speakers, friends from media, delegates, aap sabhi ko mera johar. First of all, I would like to welcome you all for this international conference on sustainable just transition for future ready Jharkhand. And I'm hopeful that the recommendation received during the conference will strengthen the process of just transition in Jharkhand. This groundbreaking conference unites government, corporation, financial institutions, international organization, and civil society. For the next 2 days, we are going to have 70+ speakers sharing their thoughts, more than 300 delegates gracing this occasion. Once again, I welcome you all. I also would like to take this opportunity to thank UNDP and WRI India for supporting and partnering with us to host this dialogue. Friends, as far as this concern, we are looking forward from this to serve as a platform for ideas, strategy, and aspiration. A deep dive into the best practices and lesson learned, and also the identification of barriers and the enablers. Friends, as the whole world slowly moves towards the net zero scenario, the transition away from the fossil fuel ecosystem presents a formidable task for a state like Jharkhand. And the situation becomes more complex when 60% of Jharkhand districts comes under the climate sensitive zone. 70% of Jharkhand economy is based on the coal ecosystem. 69% of its geographical area are under continuous desertification. And this makes Jharkhand as one of the top 5 states in India in terms of desertification. Keeping in mind these facts, Government of Jharkhand formulated this task force in 2022 with 19 departments on board. As it was said earlier, we are working on 8 thematic areas. You are also aware that this is one of its kind task force in India. As far as CDG is concerned, we are immensely proud to be a technical partner to this task force. We are also aware about the expectation and the challenges that we have in front of us, and we are very much ready for it as well. Friends, we are meeting here exactly a year after since this task force was formed. We have had an eventful year at this very place. Not only that, we also managed to identify key deliverables, our strategy, approach, processes, though in the very first year, We took some time to, like our process is going, but we are quite mindful of the fact that we are very much on track as far as the mandate of task force is concerned. We are also aware about many challenges that we faced in the last year, and many challenges will come in the next year as well, but we are fully prepared for that. Now, going forward, the year 2 looks more brighter and productive. There are many products which are going to be launched as soon as possible, and I would like to name some of them. We are going to launch the economic diversification roadmap for some of the coal districts in 2024. We are also going to launch state energy plan based on the energy modeling, hydrogen policy, RE resource assessment. A report on critical mineral and the land degradation is ready to be launched as early as in the next month. And of course, the roadmap for the decarbonizing industry and the sustainable mobility are some of the other work on which we are working on. Last but not the least, friends, I would like to say that our actions must not be only environmentally responsible, but also socially inclusive and equitable, and especially for those who are at the last mile. And this is where the vision of task force comes into the picture, imagining a transition where no one is left behind to the last mile. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to call on the podium Ms. Isabel Shan, Resident Representative, United Nations Development Program, India. Ma'am, can we please have you here?
Respected Chief Secretary, respected Chairperson of the Task Force for Just Transition and Green Hydrogen Mission, dignitaries on the stage, members of the Task Force, distinguished guests, partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, namaste. Climate change is the biggest crisis we face today, manifesting into multidimensional challenges to our natural environment, societies, and economies. The bottom line is clear. We need to urgently transition away from fossil fuels. As we move towards clean energy, it is estimated that in India, 6 million jobs in sectors associated with fossil fuels could be at risk. This is at short term. The good news is that the transition brings a larger opportunities. There is a potential to generate up to 18 million green jobs as we develop green industries to limit global warming under 2 degrees Celsius. Therefore, a well-managed transition is about a well-managed transition could yield significantly more benefits than losses. This is what just transition is about. And we have heard it just before, putting people at the heart of climate action, making sure that we leave no one behind. UNDP's Climate Promise initiative is supporting over 40 countries, including India, to strengthen just transition principles, processes, and practices as part of their national determined contributions and the long-term low-carbon emission strategies. We are working with governments and development partners, many of them are here, to conduct qualitative and quantitative assessments to generate data that can inform policy. 2, first, for pathways for economic diversification. Second, to establish governance mechanisms for inclusive dialogues on socio-economic development. Third, to support capacity building of key institutions with a focus to create alternative livelihoods and green jobs. And fourth, last but not least, to mobilize climate finance. Today, India is seen as a global leader in climate action. With an ambitious climate agenda supported by a strong policy ecosystem, India is showing how countries can actively decarbonize while pursuing their social and economic development agenda. India already achieved the commitment of 40% energy production from renewable sources, way ahead of the 2030 Paris Agreement target. India is undertaking one of the largest renewable energy expansion programs in the world. Through initiatives like the International Solar Alliance, Coalition for Disaster-Resilient Infrastructures, and the Global Biofuels Alliance, India is also advancing regional and global collaborations for sustained climate action. We need to ensure that just transition is placed firmly at the heart of our sustainable development pathways. Globally, there is mounting evidence that women and girls are disproportionately affected by the impacts of climate change. To be truly equitable, inclusive, and fair, our just transition frameworks must be gender sensitive and take specific vulnerabilities of communities into account. The establishment of the Task Force for Sustainable Just Transition by the government of Jharkhand, the first by any state or union territory in the country, is a commendable and forward-looking initiative. It exemplifies the state's commitment to understand and address the complex challenges associated with transitioning towards a low-carbon energy economy. At UNDP, we have been a proud partner to the task force, working across a diverse range of areas, including knowledge exchange, capacity building, and skill development. Building on our global expertise as SDG integrator, meaning that we work across the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, we look forward to working with the government and other stakeholders to create integrated solutions, and the underlining goes here on integrated solution for climate action, social inclusion, gender equality, and sustainable and inclusive development. We also look forward to documenting and sharing best practices from Jharkhand with the world, demonstrating effective South-South cooperation on the climate agenda. I would like to thank the government of Jharkhand for making UNDP, the United Nations Development Programme, a part of these deliberations, and reiterate our commitment to continue working with you for a future-ready Jharkhand. I thank you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now may I please bring Hydrogen Mission Government of Jharkhand. Thank you.
Okay. Johar, Namaskar and good morning. Respected Chief Secretary, Mr. L. Khyante, Ms. Ajabel from UNDP, my colleague Dr. Sanjay Srivastav, Dr. D.K. Saxena, Mr. Ramapati, country director from GIZ, my friend and my colleague, Dr. Sandeep, colleagues and friends from various institutions, philanthropies, various industries, and my colleagues from neighboring states, UP, Odisha, West Bengal, Chhattisgarh, a lot of friends. I welcome you all to this conference. See, why we are holding this international conference in Jharkhand, that is very important. The climate extremities, if you look at across the globe, the anthropogenic factors they have, because a lot of research is there, it is available everywhere, that we have accelerated climate change extremities. When we talk about the heat wave is there, flood is increasing, drought is there, so it is causing stress on humanity and it is causing stress on entire climate. When we talk about carbon budgeting, I think how much time is left if we have to contain temperature of Earth rising to 1.5 degree. It's not very far off. As estimated, the time left is only up to 2030 if you do not act fast. So this is the right time that we have to deliberate, discuss, plan, and come out with a strategy to reduce carbon emission and increase sequestration. So why in Jharkhand? Why it is very important, that is also, so India is doing a lot regarding mitigating impacts of climate change. But once you look at Jharkhand, the extent of impact of fossil fuel in Jharkhand economy is very, very wide. Almost 3-4 districts are, their ecosystem is on fossil fuel. Historically, we have been doing coal mining. The industry which has come in and around Jharkhand, it is a steel industry which is heavy fossil fuel consumption industry. So one has to attain and contain carbon emission, then we need to tackle. How do we shift from fossil-based energy ecosystem to non-fossil fuel energy ecosystem? That is very important. So while transiting, how it can be smoother for the industry, for the people, how it can be just, that is a question to be answered. And that is to be decided that what kind of recommendations are required. I am happy that friends from various research organizations, various UN organizations, various philanthropies, academia, a lot of industry is here, and next 2 days we'll deliberate upon what would be the roadmap for the development. When we talk about stats, our energy mix is 96% dependent on fossil fuel. If country has to grow, if a state has to grow, then we need to make electron as green. So how do we do it? How we can work on energy efficiency? How we can increase, how we can, how we can tackle energy demand, that is also going to be very, very important. So what is the strategy beyond? And how it is going to be smoother, that is also very challenging for us. So last 1 year when this task force was created, and our chief secretary, and he has taken that initiative, he was additional chief secretary for us at the time, and we had a discussion with him. And there is an urgent need to form, to come out with a recommendation to the government so that we can plan. It was very difficult, when you look at global practices, it was very difficult to understand what transition looked like for Jharkhand. Because when you look at other parts in the world, the situation is quite different. It is not the same as we are experiencing in Jharkhand. So major challenge for us was to prepare our own roadmap. We deliberated a lot, and then we discussed, and then we created certain thematic areas. And every time you understand, every time you discuss, next time you see this transition is going to impact on other part of the life also. It is not mere coal transition or energy transition or industry. It has large connotations. It has larger impact on the livelihood. It has large impact on the human being, on the lives of the people. Sometime I was attending one conference, one of my colleague, he said, what is the urgency? Why do we do it? Because India has committed that 47 years down the line, we had to be net zero. And majority of us may not be in our active life. I said, this is an opportunity for future ready. You can plan, you can deliberate, you can discuss, you can chalk out your strategies. And this is the right time you have to do it. Because unless you discuss, you debate, then what you will be doing is, you will be implementing certain guidelines which may not suit us. Second, what kind of a development is looking, what type of development we are anticipating. Do we still have to continue with a fossil fuel based economy, or we have to shift towards a cleaner energy source? How we can reduce carbon footprint of coal, because energy security of the country is also very important. And we had a lot of discussion with Coal India. I am happy that Coal India has also started working upon finding various solutions where they can reduce the carbon footprint of coal. I said that's a massive change in the thinking of Coal India, how they can reduce. They said by 2030, I believe that Coal India is going to be carbon neutral. But beyond that, it is also required that the fossil fuel produced by Coal India has also less carbon footprint. Because if temperature rises beyond 1.5 degree and from up to 2 degree, I think we'll not have corals in sea. We will lose biodiversity, and that will have huge impact on human life, because that's a food chain, that's an ecosystem which is going to impact everybody's life. So IPCC report says that they are flagging red. This is a flag red, they said the word used. This is urgency, then we need to work upon it. We have to reduce our carbon emission. We have to reduce our GHG emissions. How do we do it? How do we do hand holding with the industries? Because the economy is not based on large scale industries. Who is going to support MSME? How this technology is going to come? How the people are going to be, taken care? Because company's ultimate motive is, for any company, whether it is be a government, be a private company, ultimate motive is to earn profit. And when this operation become economically less viable, then their responsibility of taking social care, social network, how state is going to meet? Because state revenues will dwindle. What kind of a new economic system is required? That is going to be very, very important. Because how we can develop new economic development plan where you can employ the future generation. So they are not dependent on the same kind of a job. Many a times we talk about that create a capacity, recapacitate them, upgrade the skill, but is going to be the sufficient? No. You have to create a demand for job. Because you create the capacity, you raise the aspirations, you raise the expectations of the people. But how you are going to fulfill those expectations, how you are going to employ them, how you can do it, that is possible by redeveloping your economic strategies. Because state is a social welfare state. How you are going to, once your revenues dwindles, from where that money is going to come to take care of it. So I extend warm welcome to each and everyone. We have a lot of sessions on these issues. The basic idea of holding this conference is that we learn from each other. Create a repository of knowledge. Eastern India, I see that a repository of knowledge and it's not there. How we can create center of excellence, how we can have global north and global south, how we can share, how we can customize, how we can debate, and how we can learn from each other. I think all of you will deliberate and we will come out with the report of this conference. I believe that will pave way for development, not only for Jharkhand, but other states also. And second, it should not be a mere report. Sometimes what happens, we recommend it becomes a report. How you can implement it, we need to deliberate from where this finance is going to come. So I think we need to deliberate on these issues, how we can tackle this complex situation, and time is not far off. This is the right time. We need to act, and we have to come out with a strategy and implementable framework. Second is very important. I have colleagues from various departments also. So create a capacity among them also. Because unless they understand transition, it is also not going to be implementable. So create that capacity, create their capacity, make them up to understand why transition is required, why we are in hurry. We are not in hurry. 47 is not hurry, but we have to plan today because it is knocking at us. You see that IPC says by 2030 your carbon, total carbon emission has to be, the way we are emitting carbon emission by 2030 will be exhausting our limit. So how we can reduce it, that is also very, very important. I wish and I welcome you all, and we are here to learn from the experiences of yours, and it will help state and to us to recommend. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now may I please request Dr. Sanjay Srivastava, IFS, Principal Chief Conservator of Forests and Head of Forest Force, Government of Jharkhand, to kindly come for his address. Thank you.
Respected Shri L. Khante, Chief Secretary Jharkhand, Shri A.K. Rastogi, Chairman Task Force, Ms. Isabella Sachan, Representative of UNDP, Mr. Ramapati Kumar, CEO of SEED, Dr. D.K. Saxena, Additional PCCO from the Jharkhand Forest Department, all dignitaries in this hall, representatives from various countries and institutions, states, I welcome you and a very good morning to everyone who is present in this hall. I think there could not have been a more appropriate time to hold a seminar like this when we are struggling to reach the targets of net zero in 2070 for a country like India. A lot of discussion and debate is happening across the world, how to go about it and how to reach the target and how to devise the strategies and approaches to attain that. The latest climate science is very clear, limiting the emissions to 1.5 degrees Celsius And if we go by the business as usual, it is going to be 2.8 degrees Celsius by the end of this century, and this will be catastrophic for all of us. So I was just wondering that whether in this world we are on track to reach the net zero emission targets. I think no, because the pace at which we are emitting the GHG gases across the world, it will be very, very difficult to reach that target. So having said this, why the state of Jharkhand is so important? To me, Jharkhand plays a very critical role in India's energy security, particularly in the terms of coal production, the steel production, and availability of critical minerals. And we must not forget that these distinctions are also coming with two dubious distinctions as well. The one, Jharkhand is the most climate vulnerable state in the country. That is as per the DST report of 2021, which says that the climate vulnerability index is 0.67, which is the highest in the country. 14 districts out of 24 districts of Jharkhand are falling in the top 25% of the most climate vulnerable districts in India. So this is a distinction number one. The second is, as per the report of no less institution than ISRO, Jharkhand is a state which is dealing with the highest area of land degradation and desertification. It's about 69% of the land is degraded or under severe stage of degradation. So these two connections, climate change vulnerability and the land degradation, so these are creating a lot of issues, and this is very heartening that Jharkhand was the first state in the country to create and establish a task force on the just transition and also on the hydrogen, green hydrogen. Now you see the other aspect. So due to the excessive coal value chain in the state, transitioning to a non-fossil fuel based economy will be extremely difficult, because lot of dependence on the fuel economy as such in the state, lakhs of people are dependent, so there would be a huge transition effort from here till 2070 or whatever time to take into that situation. So what we need to do, I was just, when I was sitting over here, I was just trying to jot down certain points and questions which were coming in my mind, that what exactly is to be done. First is the localizing actions, whether it is the state, whether it is country. So we need to localize climate-related actions as per the conditions over there. Navigating the climate challenges, multi-sectoral perspective on achieving the net zero, sustainable energy transition, which is again one of the components of the task force as such, socially inclusive livelihood transition. To me, this is one of the foremost and very important parameter, because if I tell you the context of Jharkhand as such, the economy, the districts, 13 districts are completely dependent on the coal economy. So the persons who are there engaged in that system, they don't know anything else. So taking them out of this economy parameter to something else requires a lot of reskilling, and that is a huge challenge. Then the avenues for economic diversification, as I was mentioning.
Thank you so much, sir. And now finally, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our Honorable Chief Guest to come for his address. May I please request Mr. L. Kiangte, IAS, Chief Secretary, Government of Jharkhand. Sir, can we please have you on the podium?
Honorable guests, Miss Isabel from UNDP, Dr. Sanjay Srivastava, PCCF, Mr. A.K. Rastogi, Chairman of the Task Force for Sustainable Transition in Jharkhand, Mr. D.K. Saxena, APCCF, Mr. Ramapati Kumar, CEO SEED, distinguished guests, dignitaries, good morning, Johar. We meet today to share our experiences and gain learning from one another. The context has been set out by the speakers before me, and I would like to read out a small extract from my message that was printed in the vision document of the task force that was released last year. The transition from fossil fuel economy towards an economy based on greener fuels will be an unsettling process that will greatly affect the lives of the people and the communities who are presently firmly embedded in the various stages of the fossil fuel ecosystem. It will also have an impact on the governance of the state. The focus is on shifting to a resilient and low carbon economy, while at the same time ensuring economic growth, enhanced livelihood opportunities, and inclusive development, a development paradigm where no one is left behind. That, I think, is an apt description of the challenge that faces us, not only by the government, but by all the stakeholders. And I see many of you in the past, and today I'm very happy to see you again here. Welcome. I'm happy to note that we have an excellent mix of gathering from state governments, from UP, and from Jammu and Kashmir, and organizations of the United Nations, representatives of the Federal Republic of Germany, international and national organizations, as well as philanthropic organizations having rich experience on issues, challenges facing us, the World Bank, and academic institutions, representatives from industry, both the public sector and the private sector. Thank you for being here. And you bring a wealth of experience and knowledge. And we hope that this 2 day of conference will provide you adequate opportunity for you to share that experience, and for many of us to gain knowledge from that. There's a lot that can be said, but I'll restrict myself. Today's gathering brings together in one space and time diverse perspectives on how we confront and tackle the difficulties that climate change has brought into our life, and on how best we can leverage technology and our knowledge to assist Jharkhand's transition towards a just and sustainable future. In this process, how can we make Jharkhand an example for the other states and the global south? That is the challenge. In short, let's look at some of the thematic framework of the task force. Some have been displayed here. One is energy transition. Given that 94% of the electricity demand is met by coal-fired plants and the demand is expected to grow rapidly, how can we have cleaner forms of energy generation, decarbonization pathways. The net greenhouse gas emission in Jharkhand contributes to nearly 4% of the country's total GHG emissions. How can we develop robust business strategies, leverage technology, and formulate policies that are appropriate to the context? Coal transition. Jharkhand has 86 billion tons of coal reserves, the highest in the country. The state contributes significantly to the energy security of the country and will continue to do so for the approximately next 20 years and perhaps beyond. However, as this resource slowly exhausts, the issues of sustainable closures of these mines will come to the fore. The lands that are being mined were acquired under the Coal Bearing Act 1957, and they belong to the Government of India. The plans that the Government of India envisages for repurposing, reclamation, and rehabilitation of these vast tracts of mined lands must also address the existential concerns of the local population and the communities. And the state government must have an important role in this endeavor. The next theme that follows as a corollary is livelihood transition. There are about 300,000 people directly engaged in the coal sector and more than 1 million people engaged in the coal supply chain. Who are they? They are mostly the owners of those lands and their descendants that was acquired under the Coal Bearings Act for the purpose of mining. A large number of them belong to the indigenous tribes, and they are very much at a higher risk. Now, as time passes by, in a very near future, as we move away from coal, and if there are unplanned closures of mines and the absence of environmental remediations, these may disturb the local ecosystem and lead to disruptions. This is a very sensitive issue. As I said earlier, the process could be unsettling to the people if careful planning and sustainable interventions are not thought of well in advance. Albert Einstein said, "A clever person solves a problem, a wise person avoids it." You're gathered here today and tomorrow to share your experience. We're here to learn from you, to acquire knowledge, not to solve the problems, the myriads of problems that will be mushrooming, but to avoid them and to prevent difficulties from happening. You'll be sharing and discussing viewpoints, emerging technologies, the options it provides, inclusive development, social equity, empowerment of communities, environmental sustainability, climate finance, how can it foster greener economics? And of course, at the back of this, I hope you will always keep in mind the triple bottom line of profit, people, and planet at all times. In this exchange of experiences and ideas, however, there is that lurking possibility that we are caught up and entrapped in the processes themselves and forget the main reason why we are here. As administrators in a welfare state, we are concerned with peace and prosperity, and among others, as we know, the Sustainable Development Goals. For all citizens, good health, well-being, quality education, affordable clean energy, decent work and economic growth, reduction of inequality, no poverty, sustainable communities. These are what we are committed to work for as administrators in a welfare state. So to bring this all into a context, we need a human face to remind us why we are doing this. So lastly, sharing my experience as I started out my career 34 years ago as a young officer, as a subdivisional officer in Bermo subdivision. Many of you know Bermo subdivision, which is a major coal mining area. You have the Kathara coal fields, you have the Kargali coal fields, you have the Dhori open cast mines. They're all located there, and as I go about my duties, dust. You can see lots of dust. And my driver used to say, "Sir, look at this dust. There are as many money here as there are dust particles." But as a young administrator, our focus is on the people and the welfare. And what I see is a roadside dhaba, tea stall, a roadside shed where you repair the punctured tires of trucks and give them air. And then you see everybody moving around in bicycles and walking, busy in their own businesses. For some of them, their children must have grown up and doing the same businesses as usual today. But then the time will come when the dust settles down. What is their fate? What is their fate? What will happen to them? I'd like you to keep this in mind. Visualize the faces of those that I have just described. Hopefully that should keep us all in track at all times. So I thank the Department of Forest, Environment and Climate Energy, the Task Force on Sustainable Just Transition in Jharkhand and its technical partner SEED, Center for Environment and Energy Development, for organizing this conference and creating this platform. And for all of you for spending your valuable time and resources to make this conference a success. I'm sure that this conference will crystallize further the processes and pathways that the state will have to face, will have to undertake for just and future-ready Jharkhand, not only for this state, but for other states as well as for the global south. My best wishes to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now for the vote of thanks, may I please request Dr. D.K. Saxena, IFS Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forests, Department of Forest, Environment and Climate Change, Government of Jharkhand.
Shri L. Khyankte, Chief Secretary, Government of Jharkhand, Dr. Sanjay Srivastava, PCCF and Head of Forest Force, Jharkhand, Shri A.K. Rastogi, Chairman, Task Force Sustainable Just Transition, Government of Jharkhand, Ms. Isabel Chan, Resident Representative, UNDP, Mr. Ramapati Kumar, CEO, SEED, senior officials from state and central government, distinguished delegates and participants to this conference, media persons, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and Johar. We had a lot of discussions by the distinguished speakers about the process that we are following of the just transition in the state. We have also heard that how critically Jharkhand is placed in the whole economy of the country. It has huge mineral resources, particularly coal and iron, that makes it very critical, not for the energy security of the state, but the energy security of the country at large. It has got 30% area under forest cover, which is a very good indicator for all of us. At the same time, it has the dubious distinctions of being at the apex of the climate vulnerability index. Large area in the state is under the process of degradation. That is also a issue of concern for us. Agriculture is the mainstay of the economy, but more than 85% of the farmers are small and marginal in the state. There are issues of livelihood, there are issues of malnutrition, and therefore, when we talk about the just transition in the state, we have to be very, very careful and all-inclusive in the process. Hence, when Jharkhand started its journey towards carving its path towards just transition, 1.5 years back, we decided to go through an extremely encompassing and inclusive process. We had many state consultations and conferences to understand the pros and cons of the whole process. And finally, in this hall, in this very hall only, few months back, a vision document of the just transition of Jharkhand was unveiled. In this context, this conference is going to be very, very critical, as the outcomes and learning will go a long way to strengthen the process of just and equitable transition in the state. And hence, at this moment, I take this opportunity to stand here and extend my gratitude on behalf of the state, on behalf of the government, and on behalf of the Just Transition Task Force to all those who are key to the success of this conference, and also for achieving the larger objective of the whole process of just transition in the state. Shri Khyangte ji has been a torchbearer to start the process of just transition in the state, earlier as Additional Chief Secretary of Department of Forest, Environment and Climate Change, and now supporting wholeheartedly as the Chief Secretary of the state. He has been part of many of our consultations. I remember, I don't find any consultative process and consultations, conferences that he has not been part of as the ACS of the department, and has contributed significantly to guide us. Grateful, sir, for being a guiding force in this whole important journey of the task force. Shri Sanjay Srivastava, sir, PCC of Jharkhand, has contributed significantly by providing valuable information, data, analysis. Extremely methodical and analytical in approach, he has been a real pillar of his strength in the whole process. Grateful, sir, for being us always. Shri A.K. Rastogi, the former PCC of half of the state and now the chairperson of the task force. He has been the anchor to the whole exercise. It is his dedication, commitment, and passion that has brought us too far. He has been the real captain of the ship. He has made the whole process so inclusive in cooperating and getting the contributions for all the relevant departments. I mean, everybody appreciate that it is a multi-sectoral exercise. So, I mean, if you name the departments in the state, and you will find the representative of industry, non-government organizations, academicians, philanthropists with us today. The conference cannot meet its objective without discussions and deliberations that you are going to be part of. Learnings from your expertise and experience would be critical to draw the framework of just transition in the key state. Grateful to have you all here to be part of this conference. Mr. Ramapati Kumar, CEO SEED, they are the technical partner to the just transition in Jharkhand. He and his team has put enormous efforts to make this conference happen. Thank you so much, Mr. Ramapati Kumar and the team of the seat for making this a reality. I also extend my gratitude to the media persons for being here and to be ready to take the message far and wide outside this conference hall. I also extend my gratitude to all the ones who have contributed in one way or other to make this conference a success and a reality. I would stop here, but not before extending my good wishes for the success for this conference. I'm sure your stay in this beautiful city of Ranchi has been very pleasant, and you will have good time over 2 days. Thank you so much once again to be with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now the context is set and we are at the end of this session. May I please request Ms. Nirupama Shingho to kindly come up and felicitate our guests. May I please request you to kindly come up and token of appreciation for our chief guest, Mr. El Kiante. This token of appreciation is very famous and very special, ladies and gentlemen, because this is something made from the artisans of Jharkhand. It is a very special thing that we are giving a part of Jharkhand. Thank you so much. Now, to our Rastogi sir. Thank you so much, sir. Next, to Mr. Sanjay Srivastav. Then to our Isabel ma'am. Mr. D.K. Saxena. And last but not the least, Ramapati sir. Thank you so much. With this, we end this session. We will be starting our plenary session at 12:30 sharp right here in the Grand Ballroom. I would request everybody to be here at 12:30 sharp. Right now, we'll take a break for coffee and we'll come back for the plenary session with an outstanding topic to discuss with all our... 12:15, sir? Okay, 12:15, we will be here, and 12:30 we'll start our session. Please, I would request everybody, do not be late. Thank you so much. I would again remind you that we have QR codes everywhere. To whatever informations you want to gain about this conference, you just have to scan the QR code and you will get the information. So, ladies and gentlemen, please be here at 12:15 sharp. 12:15, we will start the plenary session. Thank you. Check. Hello. Dada. Hello. Dada. Dada. Hello. 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 Hello.
Check. Hello, hello. Check.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, we will commence our conference at 12:15 sharp. So I would request everybody to kindly take your seats. We'll commence at 12:15 sharp. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin our plenary session. May we request everybody to kindly take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to start our plenary session. I would request all my guests and delegates who are still waiting outside the auditorium, can we please have your seats inside? We are about to begin the plenary session. I'll take a little bit of time to introduce the topic and our moderator and speakers. The topic of the plenary session will be progress towards climate and net zero goal, practices and lessons learned from global south and north. The session will delve into best practices that insights aiming to integrate a climate resilient economic model while navigating the complexities of carbon neutrality and strategically progressing toward ambitious net zero targets. Emphasizing a comprehensive perspective, discussions will span global, national, and subnational viewpoints, all contributing to a collective effort for a sustainable future. First, I would like to call the moderator of this session. May I please request on stage Ms. Divya Sharma, Executive Director, India, the Climate Group. She headed the Urban Policy and Planning Portfolio at Oxford Policy Management Limited in the UK. Worked at the Energy and Resources Institute in India. She also led urban development and transport systems research and initiated a climate resilience vertical. Welcome, ma'am. Now for the speakers. Mr. Sanjay Srivastava, IFS Principal Chief Conservator of Forests and Head of Forest Force, Government of Jharkhand. An officer of the 1989 Indian Forest Service batch, serves additional PCCF special projects in Jharkhand. An advocate for participatory forest management, represented Jharkhand at COP24 and COP14. His work also focuses on analyzing policy issues and the socio-economic impacts of resource policies, who will be talking on Jharkhand's initiative towards climate resilience and sustainability. Our next speaker will be Mr. Ashish Tiwari, IFS Secretary, Department of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Has had key roles in Uttar Pradesh, including Secretary, Environment, Forest and Climate Change. His expertise covers climate change, conservation, pollution control and sustainable practices, collaborating with global organizations like the World Bank and UNEP. He will be talking on localizing climate action in Uttar Pradesh. Our next speaker will be Dr. K. Ravi Chandran, IFS Director, Indian Institute of Forest Management, Bhopal. A 1996 batch IFS officer of the Ogmut Cadre has diverse roles in Andaman and Nicobar's Environment and Forests Department, including Divisional Forest Officer and Conservator of Forests. He co-invented a process of estimating tree diameter, patent 290-429, a life member of the Indian Society of Agroforestry. He will be talking on mainstreaming agendas of climate and forest management in academic institutions to achieve climate goals. Next, we will be having Mr. Sanjay Srivastava, IFS Principal Chief Conservator of Forest Research and Training, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Rich career in wildlife management and conservation, he has led significant conservation efforts including the management of protected areas and endangered species. His work extends to international representation in conservation workshop. He will be talking on reclaiming mining areas through afforestation. Next, we have Mr. S. Rakesh Kumar, IFS Director, Department of Ecology, Environment and Remote Sensing, Government of Jammu and Kashmir. He is responsible for overseeing and implementing policies and initiatives aimed at conserving the region's ecological balance, enhancing environmental quality and leveraging remote sensing technologies for sustainable development. His leadership is pivotal in addressing environmental challenges and promoting the conservation of natural resources in Jammu and Kashmir. He will be speaking on driving climate action in Jammu and Kashmir. Next, we'll be having Mr. Yu Galen, Head of Economic Cooperation and Development, India Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany, New Delhi. He leads the Division of Effectiveness and Transparency, Quality Standards at the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. His experience spans management role in operations, political steering and oversight across BMZ, JIZ, the World Bank. Galen holds an MA in Political Science, Sociology and Law from the Friedrich Wilhelm University in Bonn, Germany. He will be speaking on Partners in Green Transition, German-Indian initiatives for renewable energy and sustainable development to meet the climate goals. Last but not the least, this will be a virtual speaker, Ms. Ulka Kelkar, Executive Director, Climate World Resources Institute, India. With 24 years of experience in climate change, her work focuses on low carbon development, subnational climate action and just transition in small industries. She co-chaired the Think problem at his office. The Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh wanted to have a meeting with him, so he's running a little late, but he has already landed. He will be here in a short while. But before we start, may I request Akansha to kindly come forward and felicitate all our speakers and our lovely moderator. Can we please put our hands together? Thank you so much, Akanksha. So now I will leave up to the entire session to our moderator. Madam, could you please take care? Thank you so much, everybody.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be part of the International Conference on Sustainable Transition for Future Ready Jharkhand. And I'm very pleased to be moderating this first session of the day on progress towards climate and net zero goal, best practices and lessons learned from Global South and North. It's really a privilege to be hosting this session with such distinguished panelists sitting beside me. We will have around 8 minutes each for each one of you to make your interventions today. And we would like to spend some time with Mr. Chairman, who's on his way, to also share his remarks and thoughts with us. So we'll wait for him. And I think we should also spend some time on question and answers from the audience, if there are any, after everyone has spoken. So maybe align some 10 minutes for that so that we can take a few questions from the audience today. So I think that would be the flow of the session. Broadly, the questions that we would like our panelists to speak about would be sharing the best practices and initiatives on climate change at subnational level, how to localize climate action as a people issue and for wider participation of the community at large, and what policies and programs have worked at subnational level that they would like to share from their own experiences with the audience here. So without wasting any time, I would like to call upon Dr. Sanjay Srivastav, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest and Head of Forest Force, Government of Jharkhand, to speak.
Fine. So, Dignitaries on the dais, very good afternoon to everyone who is present in this hall. Since my challenge is to cover everything in 8 minutes as instructed by the co-chair, so I will try my best to attempt whatever can be told to you and whatever can be covered in the vast gamut of climate resilient practices in Jharkhand. And I will also try to briefly peep into the policy mandates in which we are working here, just to be guided by what actions are to be taken in the near future. We have the distinction of having the 40% mineral reserve in the country, and as I was telling in the forenoon session, that we have the distinction of two paradoxes: the most climate vulnerable state and the state having the most area under the land degradation and desertification, and 14% 14 districts in the state are under the category of most vulnerable in the country. Some of the projections which we can see what will happen in 2050 in this state. So there would be an increase in the mean temperature by 1.5 degrees Celsius, which is the overall target of end of the century for all the countries together. There would be an increase in the annual rainfall by 27%, and there would be a very intense rainfall in the monsoon months. So these are the basic projections as done by the Government of India. So when we talk in terms of the state perspective, a lot of initiative for the climate resilience in terms of adaptation and mitigation are being taken in the state. The first and foremost which I strongly believe in addressing the stakeholders at the bottommost level, that is the communities. The local communities, because it is a tribal dominated state, So a lot of communities are at a receiving end from the climate change point of view. So, and we also know that if we take any mitigation measures, it will take a lot of time. So it is always better to adapt the communities towards the climate change which has already happened, and to equip them, to strengthen them to take those challenges forward. And the capacity building of such local communities is also very, very important. Like in Forest Department, we are working closely with the Joint Forest Management Committees. So strengthening of those committees is important. Second aspect is to develop a community cadres, which can first get trained and then subsequently they give training, they impart training to the other communities in the villages and panchayats. So as a small experiment, we choose 2 clusters in 2 districts which are diametrically opposite to the climate vulnerability. One is the district of Ramgarh and one is the district of Jamtara. And 48 villages in total were selected, and depending on the various parameters, we saw that if we talk in terms of the localizing the climate resilience thing, we needed 5 parameters to work upon. First was the capacity building, which is the first and foremost thing, most important. Then by interventions from the Forest Department, what is the change in the microclimate? How can we make gender sensitive approaches towards the climate change mitigation and adaptation? Whatever resource we have, can the resources be used in a more efficient manner? And what are the alternative energy sources which can be given and provided at the landscape level? So when we went deep into this, we thought that there are many stakeholders, be it the communities, the community institutions, the financial institutions, so like that. So when we started working on these communities, on these typical parameters, the capacity building, about more than 7,000 persons were given training on the climate change mitigation and adaptation. The agriculture aspect, the institutional strengthening. When we talk in terms of the microclimate improvement, so there was an intervention on the soil moisture conservation, water storage. If you see the terrain of Jharkhand is quite undulating, the topography is like this, so a lot of water is wasted in the runoff. It doesn't percolate down. And second is the formation of sort of a typical geological structures. This is basically a plateau area. So the aquifers are not charged. So we are grappling with the problem of water runoff and the recharge of aquifers. So by these local interventions, we could do a lot of things. Then climate resilient livelihoods. We focused on the agriculture-based economy, the forest-based economy, and like that. And animal husbandry was also augmented into the factors. Resource efficiency was one aspect where the water, which was wasted as a runoff, was retained for recharge. About 380,000 cubic meters of water which was stored in the aquifers as such. And then the pattern of the agriculture was also changed. There were instances in one of the landscapes where they were only able to harvest 1 crop a year. After these interventions of climate resilience at the landscape level, many areas were able to reap not only 1 but 2 or even 3 crops every year. So that was a great source of consolation for us. When we talk in terms of the gender sensitive and climate resilience, so the cost of cultivation was reduced. There was a drastic improvement in the productivity, and there is an additional income of 5,000 rupees per acre for every beneficiary as such. There was a poultry farms which are set up to help out and augment the livelihood scenario. And we also help them in establishing the solarized stations which were helping them out in terms of daily activities. Like spices pulverizer, the floor pulverizer, the maize peelers. So these helped the communities to sort of reduce the cost of cultivation. You see this chicken bird. This is a typical breed of Jharkhand is called Kadaknath. Kadaknath chicken bird, many of the local persons are smiling and then appreciating it now that this is something which is very, very critical and important to this area. So this is a chicken bird which is quite nutritious, and the eggs of this chicken bird are sold in the market at a very high cost. So we try to establish about 6 poultry farms in these areas just to augment the livelihood and the support systems for all these communities. 2 piggery farms were established and 1 duck farm. So all these small interventions in these 2 landscapes were a game changer for the local communities in general. Then we also went into the low carbon farming as such, and then using the biomanures and the natural pesticides, the cost of production reduced to a great extent. Whatever energy was used, it was used in a very efficient manner. Solar lanterns were given and the improved cook stoves. So improved cook stoves, they were operating at a thermal efficiency of over 28%. Wherein when we talk in terms of a simple cook stove, it hardly operates as a efficiency of 5% only. So there was a huge increase in the efficiency of thermal thing. Apart from that, a lot of areas was taken under the agroforestry regime. We have got a scheme called Mukhyamantri Janman Yojana, where about 75% of the cost is borne by the state to help the farmers in the state to grow the tree crops and the fruit-bearing crops in their farmlands. About 250 kilometers of land, which is adjoining and on the borders of the rivers, are being planted on a massive scale. Talking to the land degradation issue, a lot of initiatives are being taken, and I must want to tell the House that we are constructing about more than 1,000 check dams every year in the forest areas just to contain the moisture regime and to recharge the aquifers at different places. These are some of the pictures of the agri-horticulture crops which are being undertaken as a livelihood opportunities. Some other area. And this is one thing which I want to draw the attention of the House here, that we started a project in a very difficult area, which was Naxalite hit, by starting and making the wood briquettes as a fuel. So what we did that we encouraged the villagers to collect the dry leaves and installed a machine through which these fire briquettes were made. So there is a huge efficiency of 3 to 4 tons of briquettes every day, and we pay the villagers for collection cost, and then actual cost is quite less than the cost of the coal. And I must tell you that this particular project has been noted by the Prime Minister's office itself, and they have called for a briefing about this project. So this is a very successful thing which is being done in the state. Coming to the policy interventions, a lot of things have been said in the morning about the coal reserves and all those type of coal economy based state and the cooking coal also. So if we see the importance of coal, iron and steel, we are all aware that the demand of cooking coal is going to rise, and because of the rise in prices of the cooking coal, the prices of steel will also rise, the iron ore will also rise, and this will create a very difficult situation for us in the hall who are contemplating to sort of reduce these things in the coming years and reach a net zero emission target. So this is a paradox which we might be facing. To me, there are certain factors which will be working against phasing out of the coal. First is a huge coal reserve we have. Then the huge royalty which is being given on the coal. 13 million people are dependent directly or indirectly on the coal economy. Biggest revenue source for the Indian Railways and many PSUs. So as was discussed in the opening session today, that it is going to be a huge challenge for us to devise our strategies and then slowly migrate towards this phasing out of the coal. So these are the brief actions which have already been taken and discussed. We have come up with a task force on the sustainable transition. which have the 8 themes. And basically it wants to create a paradigm shift where the interests of the people and the environment are harmonized to the greatest possible extent. Some actions, Mission Life, last year it happened before the onset of the World Environment Day on 5th of June. And in 1 month time, we took this as a mission where the people were encouraged to sort of adopt certain life-changing strategies to conserve environment. A lot of divisions were geared up to sort of sensitize the people, Nukkad Natak, rallies, and we could garner the support of about 12 lakh people in about less than 1 month time. And when the activities of the states were adjudged by the Government of India, Jharkhand stood second in the number of events which were organized for the Mission Life, which is very heartening. Jharkhand again is the first state in the country to issue the Forest Soil Health Card. Again the first state in the country to establish the first hydrogen powered engine plant. So in Jamshedpur, the hydrogen based engines will be manufactured, about 4,000 engines every year, and then they will be installed on the commercial vehicles, the bigger vehicles to begin with, and gradually it will be sort of a targeted for the smaller vehicles also. This is going to be a game changer in the terms of mobility here. We have electric vehicle policy also, where we are sort of trying to shift from the IC engines to the EVs by 2030, and then all the government vehicles and the government lease vehicles will also be gradually transited from the IC engines to the EVs, maybe by say next 10 years or so. Jharkhand has a ethanol production promotion policy also, where a boost is being given to the agriculture sector and is also a good source of livelihood as such. Talking in terms of renewable energy here, we are an energy deficient state, and there's a limited penetration of renewable energy presently because the possibility of wind energy is less, is low. The solar radiance is also comparatively less, and we don't have the much potential for the hydropower stations because we do not have the perennial rivers as such except 2, and the land acquisition is also a very, very complex process given the Santhal Pargana Tenancy Act and Chota Nagpur Tenancy Act. Land acquisition is a huge issue. So having said that, the state has come up with a state solar policy also. We are targeting about 4 gigawatts of cumulative target by 2027, where there will be a different type of solar amenities, solar parks, non-solar parks, floating solars, rooftop solars, and solar for the livelihoods. So this is a very ambitious target, but a very achievable target as such. And in one of the districts called Kodarma, the DVC is also collaborating with the state. They are coming with a floating solar power plant. The state is also connected to the grid. So a lot of schemes which we are going to call as a climate-related schemes, and then the whole focus of those schemes will be towards the climate change mitigation and adaptation. So what we see for the state perspective is to have the enhanced carbon sequestration, climate responsive policies, the technological advancements, and community empowerment. So lastly, this is a thank you slide. Why I'm calling this as a thank you slide? Because you see, this is the real picture of Jharkhand. Because you see, there's a lot of development for the local communities, for the commuters, for the public, and then we are also conserving the environment as such, the forest as such. So anybody who is committed for balancing the challenge of environment and development really deserves a big thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Srivastav. It's really heartening to hear from you the subnational initiatives, how they converge to a collective impact to build long-term resilience. I would call upon our next speakers, but again I'll try to reiterate to all the speakers that please restrict your interventions to 7 minutes now. We've given a little bit more time to our host state government, and they deserve it. But that would mean that we will have to cut short a little bit from each of you. So 7 minutes to each of you. I'm sitting at the back. I have no way how I can tell you that you are over time, but I will leave it on your good judgment to stick to your time. I'm very happy to invite now Mr. Ashish Tiwari. He would be speaking about localizing climate action in Uttar Pradesh. Over to you, sir.
Very good afternoon, respected chair and all delegates, participants. Thank you, Divya, for setting time. I have got my stopwatch with me. So here my time starts. Thank you. I don't have a very structured presentation because of paucity of time, but I would start my talk from the fact that we really have to look into the demography of Uttar Pradesh. Population somewhere around 250 million. If UP being a state, if UP being a country, it would have been 6th largest country in the world. We have got 58,000 gram panchayats. 58,000. If you count them, I think you will take whole day. We have got over 750 urban local bodies. To be very specific, 763 urban local bodies. We have got 17 municipal corporations and over 10, with official record only 7, but when the new census figures will come, more than 10 million plus cities. So you can all better appreciate that what if it is a question of localizing climate action, then what kind of actually action needed in a state like Uttar Pradesh. So when we started localizing climate action, our first challenge was to give a kickstart to all this climate agenda throughout the state. Very shortly we will be receiving here Mr. Manoj Singh, our Additional Chief Secretary, with his vision and with the support of our Honorable Chief Minister, we could in one go, we could connect to 58,000 gram panchayats and over 700 urban local bodies for an event called Conference of Panchayat. GIZ delegates are also here, they were a part. The Conference of Panchayat had all agendas which are related to local climate action, whether it is climate smart agriculture, climate smart village planning, climate smart water conservation, and whatnot. The list is very long. Climate domain is really very, very exhaustive domain, and we could touch upon with the help of local climate leaders. It wasn't kind of a workshop which we ordinarily have. It was basically we invited local climate leaders and they in fact connected with the gram panchayats. We called Jitan Ram Bhambuji, I'm sorry, a person who has planted over 1 lakh trees in the state of Assam. We invited climate leaders from Rajasthan. We invited climate leaders from state of Uttar Pradesh, Uma Shankar Pandeyji, who has done a lot of work in water conservation in Bundelkhand area and also awarded Padma Samman. So our main focus was to mainstream the localization of climate agenda, and I am really very happy to tell you that all our gram panchayats have actually sensitized toward local climate action. The second challenge was how to actually mainstream the planning. Unless you have a good planning and duly integrated with gram panchayat development plans, you won't be able to bring any change in the gram panchayats. So then we selected one village each from all micro agroclimatic zones and highly climate vulnerable districts. And then we started doing planning in all those 39 villages. And after climate smart planning, we integrated, we factorized year on year what needs to be done and started duly integrating it with Gram Panchayat development plans. If this intervention has to be taken up to 58,000 Gram Panchayats, then how? We have started developing a platform where with few climate and socio-economic data, if you can feed, you can get a good, at least a good draft climate action plan for village. So like developing 1 or 2 plans for cities and urban local bodies would not make any difference. That is why we developed a platform where our block level functionaries, the block level personnel can feed some climate data, socio-economic data. It will automatically fetch and a draft action plan will come out that can be taken to the community and discussed what actually they want to do in their village. So this is how, in fact, the climate planning has started. The second challenge which was with us was to augment the climate financing, which is very important. Like whatever plan you make, unless you have a proper financing support, it will decorate the shelves. So we started doing a financial resource mapping for state climate action plan. UP was the first state to have done financial resource mapping for implementation of climate state action plan for climate change for next 10 years up to 2030. Then we found that if we can leverage different schemes for climate action, then for UP kind of a size of a climate action plan, 72% of financial resources are available through convergence of various schemes. And the gap is only 28%. So the strength of the exercise was then taken forward by our Honorable Chief Minister, who has this year, UP has become the first state to have done green budget tagging for the state budget estimates. This new budget has come out. Now every department's schemes have been done with the green budget tagging, and they have been given like allotted some category, whether you are an aspirational, whether you are a performer, whether you are comes under the category of achiever, so that year on year the departments can actually improve their climate sensitivity in their schemes. The whole idea is basically to augment climate finance through convergence, because the biggest part of climate financing is convergence of a scheme. Meet the challenge of that 28% gap. So we have developed, whether it is a question of air pollution, whether it is a question of climate change action, whether it is a question of energy efficiency action, we have tried to develop a larger plan where all actors actually work together, complementing each other's efforts. There should not be any duplicacy, because financial resource and efforts are very important. If somebody is doing a particular thing, the other must complement with taking up some other things. Had time been permitted me, I would have taken to the course of specific examples, but definitely there is a great success in actually distributing the work. Like we had a critical gap. You must have noticed that UP cities have done very good on air pollution. Now we want to take those cities as globally best performing cities. So then that was a critical challenge, critical gap, that how actually we get that knowledge of making that city to a globally, you can say, leading city on air pollution. So we requested, this was a gap, we requested a civil society organization they have come forward and they have adopted. I just want to say that we all have to come on one board and we have to complement each other's work. That is the kind of success which you will get in localizing climate action. Our cities and our municipalities, they are also developing climate action plans. We have started developing district action plan for climate change also, implementing also. And the same kind of approach will be taken to cities. I largely spoke on panchayats because number was very high. So with this, I close here. Thank you very much.
Very much, sir. Thank you, Ashish ji. It's an astonishing scale at which these interventions are being designed and implemented in Uttar Pradesh. So thank you for sharing with us. I'll call upon Dr. K. Ravi Chandran, who will be speaking about mainstreaming agendas of climate and forest management in academic institution to achieve climate goals. Over to you, sir.
Respected Chair, learned moderator, distinguished panelist, distinguished audience. See, if you look at India's per capita emission, it is about 1.9 tons. Though our per capita emission is very low, but if you look at the country's contribution, we are one of the largest emitters. And reports suggest that as on today, our emission rate is 2.9 gigaton CO2 equivalent. And in the days to come, we are going to grow as a major economy. Thereby, our emission is going to increase further. India, as part of its nationally determined commitments, have set this ambitious target of net zero by 2070. By 2070, we are going to grow in terms of trillions of economy, and in that process, we are going to emit more CO2, greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. Estimates suggest that nearly 11.8 gigaton emission will be there by 2050. Government of India under NDC, they have given ambitious targets. We are going to reduce our emission rate to our GDP by 45% by 2030, and we are going to augment our electric power by 50%, deviating from the non-fossil fuel. And we are going to provide an additional carbon sink of 2.5 to 3 million tons. In addition to that, if you look at the forest management, you have to see the commitment made under Bond Challenge. We have to restore nearly 26 million hectares of forest lands. Besides that, under G20 Global Land Initiative, the G20 nations, including India, has to reduce the degraded lands by 50% in 2040. So it is a humongous task before us, and under the nationally determined contributions, we have also proudly announced the Mission Life, the lifestyle for environment, in order to promote and conserve the natural resources. And we have to nudge behavioral changes among individuals and communities. So these are the targets which has been given. And our country, as rightly pointed out in the inaugural program, we have created the ecosystem to proceed ahead with achieving the net zero target. So we have come out with Indian Solar Alliance, International Solar Alliance, International Biofuel Alliance, CDRI, Big Cat Alliance, and if you look at the coastal and marine area protection, we have come out with the MISTI, Mangrove Initiative for Shoreline Habitats and Tangible Income. It is an auspicious program to restore the mangrove ecosystem across the coastal states and UTs. So looking at this emission, besides providing the ecosystem by the government, so what are the enablers which can help us in reducing the emission rates and achieve the zero level by 2070? Some of the enablers could be capturing carbon and its usage and storage, the natural climate solutions, the ecosystem-based solutions or nature-based solutions. Then material circularity is another area, and lastly, the green hydrogen program. With this, n number of initiatives have been taken by the Indian government, and we are going to achieve this net zero by 2070. Though many skepticism is there, but certainly we will achieve. Coming on, if you look at the growth and the decarbonization mission the country is going to witness in the coming years, we need to have additional land resources. Nearly 45 million hectares of land is needed just to provide the renewable energy projects and also create a greenery in order to sequester more carbon. So there is a tremendous need for land. So how best we can do? The land use change and forestry, LULUCF, is a major area wherein you can sequester more carbon. And if you look at the forest, nearly 80.9 million hectare of country's land area is under forest and tree cover. 71 million hectare is of forest area, remaining 8 million hectare is of tree outside forest. There is a huge potential in taking up this tree outside forest to the next level. I am sure ICRAF and management, particularly the forest, so our focus has to shift towards the sustainable forest management. What is that we have done to achieve sustainable forest management? See, if you look at the recently drafted working plan code of 2023, it addresses the sustainable forest management. So there is a policy directive from the government in order to meet the sustainable forest management target. And the working plan code specifically speaks about this. The next thing is we need to restore the degraded land. As per estimates, nearly 43 million hectare of land is degraded. Many say that it is more than that. But even if you have to restore this many hectares of land, you need to have a robust restoration plan. So institute like IIFM, along with other institutes, are working on this. So when it comes to sustainable forest management and tree outside forest, you have to provide some kind of incentives to the farmer in order to make his livelihood and economic resource generation. So with that aim, the country has come out with Indian Forest and Wood Certification Scheme on par with the PEFC or FSC certification scheme. This scheme is a low-cost scheme where the farmers can adopt, thereby the tree outside forest can get certified. Once it is certified, they can get better remuneration in the market within the country and outside the country. These are some of the initiatives, and IIFM is closely working in order to provide the kind of knowledge sharing and capacity building. And when it comes to restoration, So we are looking at all the agriculture and forestry colleges in the India, in the country, and we will be developing a curriculum. Already a curriculum has been developed, and that is being used for training our students as well as the various stakeholders who are coming to our institute. Besides that, to address this particular issue, under ICFRE, a Center of Excellence on Sustainable Land Management has been created, and they are doing excellent research, outreach activities, and capacity building programs. IIFM has also floated a Center of Excellence on Forest Landscape Restoration. So we are prepared to take up the onerous task of academic and research activities. We are going to network with all agriculture universities with the help of UNCCD. Thereby, we will be coming out with a curriculum. The next step is all the colleges and universities where environmental science, life science are taught. For them also, we will take up these courses. So enough resource generation training materials are being provided. In the years to come, we will be a central agency to provide all kind of capacity building and training materials in order to sensitize the farmers, civil society, forest officers, land department personnel on issues related to sustainable forest management, restoration, ecosystem approaches in forest management. So once we do, so we need to create a pool of experts so that they will take up these works in their respective states. Under Nirantar, National Institution for Research and Application of Natural Resources to adopt better practices, the ministry has come out with a networking program. So all the institutes which are under the ministry are working in unison, and they are leveraging their strengths in order to provide the kind of support in these areas. IIFM has been given the task of capacity development vertical, and we are closely working with almost all agencies, and we are also working with multilateral agencies in developing this curriculum and take it forward to various states and union territories. Lastly, on the climate front, we are going to launch the National Inventory Management System for greenhouse gases emission in the country. And this National Inventory Management System for greenhouse gases will be established at IIFM, for which the UNDP and other agencies are providing the kind of support. Once we establish, all the institutions, all the line ministries and 200 different organizations who are working in the field of climate related issues, adaptation, mitigation, you name anything which is related to greenhouse gases emission. So we will be working together, and we will be collecting the data and providing to the policymakers and the governments. And we are also coming out with the knowledge repository for all our negotiations which we have done under any COP or international conventions, so that whatever decisions which have been taken in the past, there will be a continuity on this. So we are there. Any states and UTs, if they really want to have a curriculum designed to suit their local conditions, we are ready to do that. When it comes to reclamation of problem soils, IIFM is already working with various agencies, including Aluminum Association of India. So capacity building, training, research are our capabilities, and we are networking with many agencies. We look forward to have some collaboration and cooperation with the states like Jharkhand to work with them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi Chandran. It's great overview of the linkages of our national policies and targets with action at local level. It's enlightening to hear how premier institutes like IIFM are taking greater initiatives toward climate and forest management in the spirit of collaboration and partnership.
Ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over. We have our chairperson now. Can we please put our hands together for Mr. Manoj Singh, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Environment, Forest and Climate Change Department, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. And ma'am, you can.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Manoj Singh. It's a pleasure to have you here. We will continue with our presentations, and I would like to call upon Mr. Sanjay Srivastav, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest Research and Training, Uttar Pradesh, to share his thoughts with us.
Thank you, moderator ma'am. Respected Manoj sir, ठीक है? Respected Manoj sir and the members on the dais and the gathering in the hall. It is a great pleasure for me to address such a intellectual gathering and on such a important topic, which nowadays it has become very relevant, and we need to really think for this, otherwise our future is going to be very dark. I have been given a topic for what are the efforts being done in reclaiming of the mines in Uttar Pradesh through afforestation. In fact, I should tell you, the forest, as the Jharkhand is very rich in mineral resources, and they have got almost all important resources, so mining is a main activity in Jharkhand. But in UP, we have got another type of challenge, as Ashish has told, a huge problem, huge population, less availability of land, and the challenges are very high. So we have got very small mining areas, but that too we have to take care. We are doing the plantation, we have taken to a different level. Under guidance of our ACS Forest, we are focusing on the farmers' income, tripling the farmers' income. Not only by allowing and promoting and making them plant the trees on their farmland or the bunds. They get the money from the tree planting, then the agriculture crop, and finally we have started doing this carbon crediting for that also. So we have just started in the 5 mandals right now, and the farmers have been collected, their records have been taken, and now they will be getting money for the carbon credit also. So the tripling that farmers' income is being done. So all these activities are there in UP, and we are grateful our CM Saab is very supportive and very guiding factor for every activity. So regarding mining, I will be telling what we are doing, and we have started some very good new concept. This is just to tell you the enormity of the Pradesh. The Pradesh has got around 7.33% of the total area of the country, and whereas you see the per capita forest comes out to be 0.009. Forest land is limited. We have to go outside forest for taking up the greenery. So the TOF, as our Director IFM told, we are also part of that TOF scheme, which is being run by Government of India now in UP. So we are focusing on trees outside forest. Our forest cover, and this is 6.15, very limited. So we are taking other areas also. We have, this is very fixed, our forest, dense forest is only 1.09%, medium forest and then open forest. This comes out to be only 6%, very small. This is the recorded forest is 16,582 square kilometer. There are the main areas where you have got forest. And this forest, you know, I mean, whatever mining is there, it is always related to the area where you have got a good forest only. So, I mean, best maximum forest land, if you say, the percentage of the area, that is in Chitrakoot district. And these are the districts with small mining, whatever we have. We have got some diamond mining in Banda and Mirzapur side. Some of the areas, small mining is there for gold. Uranium, we have some mining areas in uranium, and that granite stones is in Lalitpur. The limestone is major thing, which is in Sonbad and Mirzapur district. There bauxite also, Varanasi, Banda, Lalitpur. For potash salt, we have got 4 or 5 districts are there. Allahabad, Chandauli, Banda, Jhansi and Sonbad. So these are the limited areas, and very less mining is there in UP. So the major thing what we want to see, we want to cover up the large voids, very huge voids. I have seen myself in that area. So dangerous, always filled with the water. So we are trying to take up a pilot project to fill up those voids using the waste of this bauxite industry's red mud. And once this pilot project and SOP is created, then that will be great help in all the areas over the country once MOEF accepts and finalizes this. So we have taken this with AAI, jointly with AAI, consultant is IFM, and we have selected some, signed an MOU at Bhopal also. So the team has started working, and we have taken a very smallest one, that 0.5 hectare, that pond number 3. There are, you can see that these are the Google photo of that area. Huge voids have been created, looks like a long lake created. And once we are able to fill that and create a forest back, that will be a great achievement. So we are working on that. We have taken 0.55 area in the village Billi Markundi. This project have been taken. And you can just see, this is the point number 3, pond number 3 is the location of that. We have mapped whole of the map, this pond, and we have got, the team is working with under guidance of IFM. We have taken IIT BHU, then this Motilal Nehru Institute at Allahabad. And they have gone to the site, and now we are working and finalizing what have to be done. We have started work, but we are getting hurdles. It has been filled up with the water. Then we are just now holding up and seeing how much water is being filled up. Then how we have to grout the thing so that no more water come. Then to what extent we have to fill with the normal soil, and then put up the impermeable layer and start the filling of this thing. So there are some good stories. Jharkhand also done in Muri areas. Some of the red mud is also being used for road projects. So that is also good use. And this is this I have Muri areas. They have done a good recovery of this. I don't know. I mean, they have filled everything and replanted, or they have the dump was there. This was planted. In UP, we have got huge dumps. The dumps are also being treated and planted up. So, and major share is the plantation drive, what I have told. Whole of the team, whole department works with us. We have a very dynamic CM Saab, and we have a full day, a cabinet was held. All the ministers were there. Then there was Samvad with all the Gram Panchayat, addressed everybody. So everybody participated in that, and that is the way. And we are the department, we have done the certification also. So that way, this is going to add to the income of the farmers also. So all this have been done, and the mining areas, whatever we are having, we are just trying to recoup back. And once this SOP is developed, that will be great help to the whole of the department. Thank you.
Mr. Srivastava, it was great listening from you, several interventions, great initiatives taken by the state government of Uttar Pradesh. I would call upon Mr. Rakesh Kumar, who would speak about driving climate action in Jammu and Kashmir. Sir, over to you.
Hello. Thank you very much, ma'am. Respected Chair, distinguished members on the dais, august members in the gathering, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. First of all, I'd like to thank Rastogi sir to have invited me over here. This not only gives a chance for members like us from the government to interact and see what is happening in the other states, but also gives us an opportunity to cross-learn. Thank you very much, sir. Basically, in this talk on action being initiated in J&K, I'd like to pitch it as the background, to set the background. What is the policy thinking in the government, the actions that we intend to follow up with, and the challenges that we are facing in achieving what we desire to. As you're all aware, the UT of J&K literally is located in the foothills of the Great Himalayas. And we are all aware that the Great Himalayan region is perhaps one of the most eco-sensitive zones, not only nationally but world over. So that sets us apart in terms of geography that we are located and in terms of the challenges that the climate change would pose. While many of us perhaps in many places are still contemplating whether the impacts of climate change is apparent or there or was it only theory, but we in J&K are first-hand experiencing the impacts of climate change. The mean average temperatures in the summer as well as in the winter has increased significantly. Similarly, the wet period, which is the precipitation that is received in the state, has also grossly reduced over a period of time. And this is severely impacting the major livelihood, life and lifestyles of the people. The J&K economy, literally 50% depends on agricultural, horticulture as well as tourism. And any impact that the climate change brings directly impacts all these three sectors. So looking at that, there was a broad vision in the government that it's about time that we put in place actions as well as take measures that would actually bring in resilience for our systems to cope up with the climate change. You must all be aware, in 2014, Srinagar experienced the worst floods, and that set the bell ringing for us all. So we actually, in the policy direction wise, we are looking at two things. One is to build resilience into the system so that whatever the impact that might be experienced is actually handled by the people and the economy with ease. And the other part is with respect to the climate action, which needs to be taken as J&K is resolutely moving towards development strategy going forward. So we are also sensitive and perhaps better placed to inbuilt and mainstream the climate actions into our development process. As far as building resilience is concerned, two steps were taken. One was developing a climate resilient city action plan. In J&K, we are aware that, or most of us are aware, the major two cities being Jammu and Srinagar, and there is a propensity of the population moving to Jammu and Srinagar. We are expecting at least 30 to 40% of the population moving by 2050. So the floods in Srinagar also made it important for us to plan accordingly. So with the help of UNDP, last year we've been able to come up with a plan, city resilience plan, and that plan is under implementation in the government. Now coming to the hinterlands where most of the population currently live, 2070, and we have broken ourselves into two phases, which is the short term and the long term. So for the short term, we are targeting from 2024 to 2035, and for that we are planning the SAP-CC to be put in place. So in the SAP-CC, we are taking a sectoral approach. And the exercise has already been started. Terry, along with Government of India, MOFCC, is collaborating with us in this exercise. And once the plan is ready and approved, we intend to actually take it forward for the 10-year period. And for the long term, we are targeting between 2035 to 2050 to actually align ourselves with the target of net zero for the nation, country. And in this respect, we have taken a panchayat approach, very similar to what Ashish sir just mentioned in UP, state of UP. I'm sure most of you are aware, Honorable Prime Minister had come and Palli village in Jammu district was first district which was announced to have gone net zero. And on the similar line, the instructions have been to actually upscale the whole process. So this by itself is a challenge because to be planning at the panchayat level, we have around 4,200 odd panchayats. And to go to that micro scale is something that we are grappling with. In this regard, we have started discussion with Niti Aayog, and in collaboration with Niti Aayog, during the coming financial year, we intend to take this forward. And we are also cross-learning from the experiences that has already been there in UP and try and build it into our process. This was with respect to the climate action as well as the resilience. Now, as far as the lifestyle changes and mission life was concerned, that was something that was to touch from the policy, it was to touch the lives of the people. Most of the awareness activities we generally intend to do, or we do, actually in terms of measuring the outcome becomes very difficult. So in J&K we did a specific experiment where we
we ran a contest which was evidence-based action contest in which individuals and the schools and the Gram Panchayats were required to undertake actions for which they would be allocated certain green credit. This concept of a green credit has subsequently also been adopted by MOFCC in the latest guidelines of green credit that they have come up with. And that has been a very heartening experience for us to actually go through the process. So these are the, in gist, what is the action that has been taken in J&K. Now, coming to the challenges. While we discuss about climate change, as you are all aware, the sphere of climate change and the actions that are contemplated globally is an ever-changing scenario. And that becomes very difficult for even seasoned policymakers like us to keep track, given that we have so much of things to handle at hand. So that is one area we look forward to all the bilateral and multilateral institutions here and philanthropies to come forward and support the states in the subnational action that they intend to take. The other part is regarding policy sensitization. So I believe that once the capacity is built, the policy sensitization automatically comes through. And third one, but of course the most important one, is financing. Like in UP, we also in SAPCC are doing a budget mapping exercise where all the actions that need to be taken, whether be it mitigatory action or adaptation, are having a financial implication. They are being mapped into the regular budgeting, and anything that is being uncovered or the gap that comes in is actually something that we would be posing to partners or to bilateral institutions to come and fill the gap up. So that in gist is what we are doing in J&K. Thank you very much.
Mr. S. Rakesh Kumar, Director, Department of Ecology, Environment and Remote Sensing, Government of Jammu and Kashmir. Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts and outlining the importance of measuring outcomes of these initiatives and also taking the time to look at some of the challenges that one faces at a subnational level to implement some of these pioneering schemes. I would now like to call upon Mr. Yu Gelen. He's Head of Economic Cooperation and Development, India Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much. And now is this right now? Oh, it's such a service, actually. It now? Perfect. So thank you very much, actually, first of all, for this invitation and the tremendous honor to address this audience in this conference, to be part of this process. So my best greetings. I would do it again the way how I learned it in Africa, and I did it last time when I was speaking here as well, the protocol observed. This actually, I'm representing Germany in here, and I was invited to speak on behalf of a German experience. And I'm sometimes wondering what makes it so unique and how I just get this honor. So let me shortly refer on the why, on the what, on the how, and on the where to go, because a lot of substance along the whole challenge we are facing was addressed in the most sufficient way. So the question would be, what is my contribution as an external invitee to that, telling people in India how to bring forward India. So let me start with the why. There's a really, really high-level agreement between India and Germany, just between our two head of governments, His Excellency Mr. Modi and My Excellency Mr. Scholz. It was arranged in 2022, and it's named the Green and Sustainable Development Partnership. So you see the name already guides in a certain direction. It's a partnership, and it's green, and it's sustainable. That's exactly what we are talking here. This facilitates and addresses a lot of joint perspectives on ways to proceed to follow up on the global goals. Net zero is one. Paris Agreement overall is a clear framework. Sustainable development goals. Obviously, our two head of states understand the necessity between us to collaborate. So this is a baseline of what Germany tries to provide in a mutual arrangement and collaboration with all the different Indian partners, which is then implemented, and you will know the names, by GIZ and KfW, and I have the privilege to be a little bit the not only observer but also the oversight on that and steering a little bit the political dialogue. So what we have different levels of engagement. One is the specific dialogue between us as a German government and the federal level of the Indian government. So I have all of my colleagues here from the different ministries. Ministry of Coal, MNRE is one, Ministry of Power is one of the ministries. We have constant discussions. Ministry of Rural Development, very important. Niti Aayog, very important. All already mentioned and all very relevant in what I'm coming to. The other level, what we are really strongly engaged is on the local level, you would call the state level, first state level. And that's one of the reasons why I'm here, obviously, and proudly invited, and not the first time. It's my 5th day in Jharkhand already. And I had been here 4 months ago with my state secretary from the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development to bring him just to the place where it happens. So we have all of these different levels of engagement. And we have a clear focus on what is expected from us to collaborate on, both the Indian side as well as the German one. And this is subjects which are related to renewable energy, climate, environment, sustainable urban development, rural development, everything what we're doing around here. And what is in the core of this conference is knowledge. And knowledge can be provided by everybody who gained it in a proper way. The way how you do it, this is not so easy. But it's very well done today, and I'm really much looking forward on the further dialogue. In Germany, we gained a lot of knowledge about the transition. And everybody's looking at us. But I did this point already last time, and I come back to it, and it looks a little bit humiliating or self-humiliating. We have to be very careful with this knowledge. There is no copy and paste approach. It's not existing. We should forget about it. Whenever people looking on Germany and the transition done in Germany, it's not the right way to do it in India or in Jharkhand. But there are parts and components. There are experience gained, also about failures. This is the important thing. So you have to be self-reflected in a certain way, constructive and self-humiliating sometimes. So I'm really looking forward to have this very candid dialogue on that. What are the lessons learned on all of these? And where do we stay? There is no one solution on this issue. And this is one of the discussions we have between, us and our dear colleagues within the ministries in Delhi is actually how do we adapt? How do we transform to the specific solution which has to be done not only on a country level, but also on the state level, even on a local level, or even on a level when you're addressing mines, for example, on specific solutions for this one. And we stay ready for that, because we understand how to do this, to address it in the right manner, not the solution itself. This should be developed. Having said that, I come to my last component, where we go. I already formulated it. I have different roles to fulfill in my career. And one is to be a policy advisor. So I won't stop without giving certain advices. And don't get me wrong, this is also reflecting to myself. I have to advise myself on that on a constant way. So number one, and this is slightly have the feeling often falling short when we're sitting in these conference rooms together with high-level people and speaking about what have to happen. We need to listen to the people. This is tremendously important, or what we all call the ownership principle. If the change, and this is tremendous change, is not coming bottom up, it will not finally succeed. And I saw, you know, going to villages, seeing tremendously impressive people, specifically, and I have to make the point actually, specifically women who are taking up their destiny on themselves, or families, and taking them in very hard and tough times. I'm grown up by such a, I was raised by such a strong woman. My mother was like this. So I always feel tremendously proud on them. I have seen them recently, 4 months ago in Jharkhand again, invited for a dinner I will never forget, honestly spoken. I brought some leaves from my garden, and it was just, I got the feedback of this woman, so you're bringing me leaves, but where's the plant? So the next time I go to Germany, I have to dig out the plant of my garden, have to carry it to Jharkhand and bring it here, and have to get it out of customs. So please don't tell anybody that. I'm looking forward to do this. Probably I do the seed thing. So this is very important, listening to the communities, not only to the political and advisory side. Number two is thinking multi-sectoral. There's not one pillar which needs to be addressed. And I often see this, you know, we're all stuck in silos of responsibility. But we have to understand, always to remind ourselves that this is something which needs everybody to feed into it under a common framework, under a common goal. And this is the beauty, honestly, I must say so, of this transition task force, because it embeds exactly the thinking. And we have a lot of discussions on this and about this, and I feel so unbelievably pleased being part of it. And finally, you know, this is now coming up, and on the macro level, it's the SDG 17. We are used to, it's about partnership. So getting this invitation is part of that. Seeing other colleagues, you know, from the World Bank, slightly in the back observing what I'm saying here. And UNDP, but also Japan, I realized. This is an important part. So we are not the ones steering, but we are the partners within that, and that's a partnership between the different states. And this is, I think, the real ones. So having said that, I congratulate you, specifically, dear Ajay Rastogi, I congratulate you, like always. Thank you very much again. And I'm really looking forward on a very fruitful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hugelen. It was really great to understand about the different level of engagements within the Indo-German cooperation and collaboration, and your tremendously important point around policy advice that you've given. And thank you very much also for bringing in the contribution of women in the story on climate resilience. Now we have our last presenter for this day, Ms. Ulka Kelkar, Executive Director, Climate World Resources Institute, India. She will join us online. So are we ready with the...
Thank you, Divya. Are you able to hear me? Thank you very much. Are you able to hear me? Hello, are you able to hear me and see my screen? Could you please let me know if you're able to hear me?
We can hear you, Ulka.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Divya. And really sorry for not being able to be there in Ranchi today due to personal constraints, but very grateful indeed for the opportunity to join online and listen to all the wonderful initiatives and insights from all the speakers today. May I say on behalf of my organization, WRI India, what a privilege it is to partner with the government of Jharkhand on climate resilient low carbon development. Today, I will be linking a little bit the global aspects with the national, with the state, and with the local. And really, let me start with the global aspect, namely that for the world as a whole, greenhouse gas emissions should fall by around 43% by the end of this decade. But the latest global stocktake of the UNFCCC tells us that we are on track to only reduce 2% of emissions. So with this background, the recent COP28 that was held in Dubai called on all countries to update their 2030 targets and to present new targets for 2035. So that is a process that will be playing out this year in India, as the government of India, in fact, submits its next NDC by COP29 with targets for 2035. So this transition process moves on with updated targets. COP28 also called on all countries to include plans not just for emission reduction, but also for adaptation and just transition, which is why the conference today becomes even more important as a concrete initiative of bringing in just transition aspects in the low carbon transition. And third, COP28 specifically called on countries to transform multiple sectors. So the point that has been made by many speakers today, that it is not just an energy transition, but involves every sector of the economy and of society. Moving on from the global to the national level, we find that India's greenhouse gas emissions have almost doubled in the last 20 years or so. This is data submitted by the Government of India to the UNFCCC in December 2023, its third national communication. But you can get a sense that the growth of emissions is getting moderated. Indeed, if you look at the emissions intensity of GDP, we find that that is falling as predicted, as projected, and as committed in our indices. And the emissions intensity of GDP has fallen by 33% in 2019 compared to 2005. And this has happened because of three reasons that are playing out across the Indian economy. One, a massive roll-up of renewable energy, so cleaning of the electricity sector. Second, energy efficiency in industry, transport, buildings, and really every other economic sector. And third, a greater reliance on the services sector, which is less GHG intensive compared to the manufacturing sector. Process emissions, which are very hard to abate. So that is really process emissions, which are very hard to abate. So that is really the challenge that is there for our country going forward, which is not only to decarbonize the power sector, but the industry sector as well. And that is something that I will focus on a little bit. Not so much on the challenge, but on the opportunity. We find through our systems dynamics modeling at WRI India that renewable energy expansion and transitioning to India's net zero 2070 target can generate millions of new jobs. These can be in the construction of new renewable energy, utility scale solar plants, rooftop solar plants, renewable energy for green hydrogen, manufacturing of electric vehicles and hydrogen electrolyzers, as well as in construction of green buildings. And as a result of all of this, an induced increase in the services sector jobs as well. So we find that in this decade itself, we could have 1 million new green jobs created. And over the next 2 decades after that, the 2030s and 2040s, close to 3 to 4 million jobs, new jobs created as a result of this massive low carbon transition. Of course, for a state like Jharkhand, what is important is that lowest line, the blue line that you see down there, which is going down, which is the decline in jobs from mining or raw material extraction in the fossil fuel sector. And indeed, that is what the concern and the challenge for the state is about. These numbers are for India. What we find in the next slide, however, is that if we go into detail into the manufacturing sector, into the industry sector, we find a lot of differences. There is a projected decline in the basic metals and minerals production. So you can see the blue lines going down, loss of potential jobs in oil and gas extraction, coal mining, petroleum refinery, but also basic metals production, cement production, and glass production. This is in a scenario that is aligned with India's net zero 2070 target, but compared to the reference scenario. But the opportunities, the emerging opportunities, the yellow lines that you see going up are in more specialized manufacturing. fabricated metal products and machinery, electrical components, especially as electric vehicles increase. So what this means is that in order to be prepared for the low carbon transition and to ensure that the benefits of the low carbon transition really accrue to all, we will need to have skill development, major investment in skilling in specialized manufacturing in a way that all sections of society are able to access the skilling, including women. And this is a point that has been made by speakers before. India's low carbon transition, as we know, will have regional differences. What I have presented before for the country as a whole will differ from state to state. This map very starkly shows us the blue dots, which are the wind power potential, the capacity that is there currently in the country, pipeline and operational. All the wind power plants are located in the west and south of the country. And the coal power plants, which are in black, that capacity is focused in the north and east of the country. If we zoom in on Jharkhand specifically, we find that for the coal capacity that currently exists in the state, it is about 11,000 megawatts. This is both operational plants as well as those in the pipeline. The solar capacity is only a fraction of that, only around 200 megawatts. So we really strongly feel that for India's net zero journey, other states will have to play a greater role in order to help fossil-reliant states like Jharkhand. I think the presentation that was made earlier in the session about the dependence on coal revenues, on coal jobs, on connected industries like the railways, that is something that is definitely crucially important for Jharkhand. And other states which are in a position to economically diversify, to shift their reliance from fossils to renewable energy, those will have to really take the lead so that states like Jharkhand can take a little longer in their transition towards net zero. However, I'll end by giving a couple of examples of how renewable energy and other actions can play a massive role in Jharkhand in terms of powering development. And the two examples that I'll give are of decentralized renewable energy, in which my organization, WR India, has partnered with institutions, agencies in Jharkhand. This photograph is from a rural hospital where rooftop solar power not only helped the hospital to save on diesel power bills, but also helped them to run ventilators during the COVID pandemic. And this is a beautiful example of how the low carbon transition can help all sectors of society, whether it is education or health, or as the next example shows, livelihoods. This is an example of a women's self-help group which was able to run a ragi mill, rice mill using solar power. And going forward, decentralized renewable energy can power not only these kinds of livelihoods, but others as well. Circular economy can play a major role in Jharkhand in order to create new livelihoods. This can be for battery waste, it can be for solar panel waste, it can be for biofuels, including, as the new policy has talked about, used cooking oil, and it can also be for steel scrap. So taking into account all of these opportunities, not just in the energy sector, but in the industry sector, small scale industry, and looking at skilling and circularity, Jharkhand can be a pioneer in the low carbon transition, which is also a just and equitable transition. Thank you very much.
Chulka, thanks very much for your remarks today, and it's always a pleasure to hear from you. So thanks for joining us. We have a couple of minutes. I would like to call upon our chairperson for his closing remarks. So Mr. Manoj Singh, Additional Chief Secretary, Environment, Forest and Climate Change Department, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Over to you, sir.
So before you take the podium, please, I would like to introduce you. It is my honor to introduce you. Our chairperson, Mr. Manoj Singh, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Environment, Forest and Climate Change Department, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Sir, we are really delightful that you are here today. And before I call him here in the podium to conclude the session, it is my honor to talk a little about him. A veteran bureaucrat, began his career as a joint magistrate in Aligarh, evolving through roles such as Chief Development Officer, Magistrate and Collector. His notable contributions span the Ministry of Textiles, leadership at the Navodaya Vidyalaya Samiti, management roles at Western Electricity Distribution Corporation Limited, and the Board of Revenue in Uttar Pradesh. Recently, he has taken significant positions in Uttar Pradesh State Industrial Development Corporation, Corporation and as Additional Chief Secretary in the Horticulture and Food Processing and Forest, Environment and Climate Change Departments. Sir, now may I please request you here and conclude the session. Thank you.
Good, bad, and ugly. This is the story of 3 planets: Earth, Mars, and Venus. Ladies and gentlemen, I always start my speech with this story to sensitize you. Earth is a good planet, bestowed with good atmosphere, resources, and lovely people. Mars is bad planet. I don't know why Elon Musk wants to go to Mars. And Venus is ugly planet. It has a surface temperature of 450 degree centigrade, and immense pressure as if you are in deep sea, and rainfall of sulfuric acid. It's like hell. What happened to Venus? It was runaway greenhouse effect which made Venus hell. Should we as a society who have the onerous responsibility to protect our mother planet lead to a path that we become an ugly planet and we herald our self-extinction through climate change? Ladies and gentlemen, there is a warning on the wall, and we have to take personal steps. So, in UP, we had 2 climate change summit. One was National Climate Change. And before that, we prepared a small cartoon show. And the story was that a pious, truthful, dedicated, honest man dies. And he goes to Chitragupt Darbar. Chitragupt is the moral record keeper who keeps your record. And in Chitragupt Darbar, Chitragupt pulls out his record of his life on earth. And you didn't plant a tree. You utilized the resource, Jharkhand people, the whole mineral giant, you utilized the resource, extract it. You never thought of contributing towards energy preservation. You had immense carbon footprints. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm espousing your soul to analyze and internalize that all of us have a role to play, and it should start now. So what we should do first, decarbonize your home. Go, if you have capacity, you have money, you have rooftop, immediately install solar rooftop. And that's why our Honorable Prime Minister has given this PM Suryodaya Yojana, where 1 crore families will be benefited by 1 kilowatt, round about 300 units, free electricity generated to solar, and it will add to 10,000 megawatts in our whole solar kitty, 75,000 crores of investment. So first of all, go. And why? Because I head Forest Department. If you install 8 kV solar plant, you will mitigate your whole family. If it is a family of 5 persons, you will mitigate whole family's carbon footprint throughout your life. Because 8 kilowatt solar plant is equivalent to 3,600 trees. So first start with your home. Then start with your transport. Buy EV. It's very costly now, but gradually in coming years it will come down. But there are lots of business houses in Ranchi. Have they bought EV for as their riding vehicle? They can easily do. In fact, I will request them that the second car every businessman who buys, they can afford to buy an EV, which is present at a costly level in Indian market. Decarbonize your home by installing LEDs, taking micro steps by conserving energy. Always buy luxury good which has 5-star rating. And then you see your marks in your moral report card will increase immensely. And you are assured heaven after death. So, what's happening in UP, I will tell you because I have come, I'm sorry that I'm late because of delay in flight. The weather was not good in Patna and we had to hop at Patna. In UP recently, and Ashish and Sanjay Srivastava is here, the Honorable Chief Minister presented a budget. And the first time in the annals of history of UP, we had a green budget presented. It was appreciated. We coerced and forced 18 departments to analyze their schemes and to compute what is the greenness of their scheme. And the whole budget comes up with specific percentage of greenness of each department. We also prepared a SAP CC report because wherever we used to go, there was always our opinion that there is very less and meager finance for climate change available at national level or state level. We went into detail. We went into the nuances of our schemes and finance. And surprisingly, we were aghast to see that 80% of the finance was percolating down the normal schemes of the government which we implement. So we only needed 20%. And then we thought, why not? Let's go and sensitize all the departments. And today, our all sister departments, whether it is agriculture, transport, municipal corporations, everyone is participating in sync. And whatever little steps we can take, we are taking, improvising our schemes, and seeing that implementation takes place. I will give you some examples. So we started with agriculture because, you know, NCR region, UP 8 district is an NCR region, and there is always every year a hullabaloo created that air pollution is very less, very harmful, very dangerous in Delhi. It's almost crossing 400, 500 marks. And we have a very stringent measure enforced by our honorable courts. And there is a committee which monitors air pollution, and even human rights commissions. They always castigate and reprimand us for not ensuring the pollution limits. But half of the pollution in Delhi is because of its geographical location, which is geogenic. But there is lots of cry when the Parali burning takes place in Punjab and Haryana and Western UP. There is lots of cry by urban residents that what is happening. So we started with some stringent measures, and we forced the NCR districts to change their fuel to biogas, bio-CNG. And we have now 8 plants of compressed bio-CNG in Western UP. We also, there was a mandate given by Government of India to mix Parali biomass with our coal. And 5% limit has been enforced, that 5% addition as a fuel for power generation, you can use this. And we went for it, and we have overseen that pelletization takes place and almost 4 to 5% mandate is achieved. Not only that, we are also trying to change the cropping pattern. And the problem of parali in Western UP is very less compared to Haryana and Punjab. I mean, because in Punjab, because of their groundwater act, they burn parali because intercropping time is very less in Punjab. It's 15 days. So they have no option but to burn parali. But in UP, we generally have a basically basmati rice. And basmati rice doesn't, the straw of the basmati rice is used somehow, even as a fodder. But non-basmati rice is not used as a fodder. And that's why the problem is there. So gradually, we are taking steps to reduce this pollution. We have planned cities in UP. And you will be surprised that in last 10 years, we have series of expressways. From Delhi to Lucknow, which used to take 10 hours, you can be 5 hours drive. Most pleasurable drive. We have a Purvanchal expressway connecting almost near Bihar. We have now Lucknow-Kanpur expressway, which will make this two cities as a twin city, only 45 minutes, elevated. And then we have a Bundelkhand, which was the most backward area of UP, expressway country. And one of the measures, I will quote one statistics, that the diesel consumption from 2001 to 2011 was growing at a rate of 6.8% every year in UP. And because of these expressway, it has come down to 3.7. So these are overt and covert examples of how the air pollution can be reduced. With regards to agriculture, we are now going for direct seeding of rice as a demonstration projects. You know, rice bed methane is one of the most emitting, because emissions now, methane pledge is also there, though Indria has not signed it, but we are taking that gradual step. The cow burps in animal husbandry, when we had our climate change summit, we called an expert who proposed a model of fodder with some protein which can reduce the cow burps to almost 40 to 50%. And the methane reduction can be done. So we are moving towards modifying our fodder based, especially those industries which are manufacturing fodder. We also want to decarbonize our industries. And green hydrogen, you know, is one of the blessings that India has. India can become a giant in green hydrogen. It can do a yeoman service to the whole world by exporting green hydrogen. And why? We have 300 days of sunshine. 2/3 of India is coastline. We can use wind power and solar power to manufacture hydrogen, and through that hydrogen we can run our industries. So green hydrogen is not only dictating how they can enter into hard to abate and soft to abate sectors, but also the new industrial landscape. So we have this Jhansi industrial area landscape where we are trying to integrate solar and green hydrogen so that the whole industrial area has a hydrogen supply for its production. So this kind of landscape is also required in industrial giant state like Jharkhand. So next thing that I would like to tell you about is basically the transport sector. You know, the largest number of EV purchased for last 3 years is UP. And our Honorable Prime Minister has given a roadmap that by 2030, all our two-wheelers and three-wheelers will be UP, and there will be supply chain disruption. So it will be great step to achieving our requirement. As you know, our Prime Minister has given this Panchamrit formula, and he has signed 2070 net zero. And we all have to take place as a bureaucrat, as a policymaker, as a businessman, everyone has to take place. And it is through individual initiative, collective responsibilities, and also addressing to the ethics of the society. Then only we can achieve whole of the roadmap that our Prime Minister has given. The business people over here and the business people of India, I have a message that if you especially go into detail of your ESG statements, you plan your ESG on your own table, you take interest into ESG implementation, then only you will be adhering to the roadmap. Otherwise, stringent measures will be coming. They are forthcoming. And there will be a time where a polluting industry or grossly emitting industry will be closed. And there are regulatory authorities like Green Tribunal and Pollution Control Board and Environment Department always there to enforce these laws and regulations. Before ending my speech, it is a great pleasure, an honor, and a matter of delight and gratitude that Future Ready Jharkhand seminar has been organized over here, and we were looking forward to participate in it. It's a great step that you have taken. Kudos and kajals to Mr. Sanjay Srivastava. We have two Sanjay Srivastavas over here. Mr. Rajiv Arun Eka, in absentia, I am congratulating him, giving my all gratitude to organize this seminar. Mr. Ashish Tiwari, Mr. Ravi Chandran. Ashish is just like a co-colleague to me, and we always talk about climate change and forestation. By the way, I will let you know that in last 5 years of Yogi Adityanath, we have planted 135 crore trees. Government of India didn't give us, we calculated our carbon footprints, and we have planned the target in sync with that, so that by 2028, we will be achieving the emissions carbon sequestration target of UP. And we have a robust nursery, 50 crore trees. And our Honorable Chief Minister takes great interest in tree plantation. He has great knowledge about, because he is a basically man of the mass. So he sends every minister, every senior ACS, CS, and principal secretary to one district to monitor and foresee the plantation. And that's why we are now targeting a large increase in our forest area, because you know, once if you plant a tree, it takes 7 years to be captured by satellites. So we are expecting a drastic increase in our forest cover. So Ashish Tiwari, Mr. Ravi Chandran, he talked about mainstreaming agenda of climate and forest management. Mr. Sanjay Srivastava is doing a very good program. He is heading our agroforestry, and this time we have, first time in history of UP, we have now tied up with carbon credits and to our farmers. We are giving in 25,000 farmers for the last 2 years, we documented, and we are giving them $6 per tree. And Honorable Chief Minister in Gorakhpur will be starting this disbursement, online disbursement, to almost of 50 lakh rupees to different farmers' account. Why it is necessary? Because this carbon credit is getting as a bonus to farmer, because farmers will be getting whatever the selling price of the wood is. But this is added bonus. This makes sense. It will be not only doubling the farmer income as envisioned by our Prime Minister, but it will triple our farmer income. Shri S. Rakesh Kumar and our German friend, Mr. Gallen, he talked about Germany, he talked about how to make a collective and community-based movement. And that is what I am telling you. This is how we can address, with the participation of each and every one. There are people who are giving freebies, but there are people, leaders in India, who are addressing the same thing through a novel approach of PM Suryodaya Yojana. What a strategy, what a policy it is. Install in the house of the poor, you will meet the target of your solar rooftop, and also he will get the benefit of freebies. And this is how the schemes should be fine-tuned and implemented. And lastly, we had Kelkar, Madam Kelkar. Also, the presentation was very good. So, two messages to Jharkhand before I quit. One, you have a very important role to play in India. Most of the hard-to-abate industry is in Jharkhand. You have to decarbonize your industries, you have to decarbonize your metallurgy, you have to decarbonize your mining, and you have to decarbonize your whole urban areas. And that is a great challenge, but it can be done. And that's why it's very important to sensitize and to raise awareness of people by organizing such conferences in Jharkhand itself. The second thing, you can learn from various southern states where they are also a manufacturing giant, how they are going to achieve it. In fact, there is a green ammonia production factory in Rajasthan which uses solar to produce green hydrogen and green ammonia. We are also trying, because UP, there is a whole lot of opportunity in Jharkhand for afforestation. Lots of area is available, and the tribals can be integrated with them, and you must be doing, and you are also doing a great job. But you can take the targets like Telangana has taken and do a yeoman service to the whole country. So with these words, I would like to thank again, and it's a great pleasure. I was looking forward with this summit. All of you, whatever I have said, please go and think over it and try to be a co-partner in trying to address to the issue of climate change mitigation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comprehensive closing remarks.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a short video for everyone. Can we show the video, please?
ये हम कहाँ हैं?
तुम चित्रगुप्त के दरबार में हो। यहाँ इंसानों के कर्मों का हिसाब होता है और तुम्हारे कर्मों के हिसाब से तुमको मिलता है नरक।
पर हमने तो पूरी जिंदगी अच्छे अच्छे काम करे, हमको तो स्वर्ग मिलना चाहिए।
बच्चा, स्वर्ग के लिए 100 में से 100 नंबर लाने पड़ते हैं, पर तुम्हारा स्कोर है 70।
अरे हमारे 30 नंबर काहे कट गए?
तुमने अच्छे काम तो किए, पर प्रकृति को तुमने कुछ नहीं दिया। प्रकृति ने तुमको फल, फूल, सब्जियां दी, तुमको सांस दी, बदले में तुमने एक पेड़ भी नहीं लगाया। तुमको कम से कम 300-400 पेड़ लगाने चाहिए थे, इसलिए तुम्हारे 30 नंबर काटे गए हैं।
बड़ा भारी गलती हो गया हमसे, अब हम क्या करें?
अगले जन्म में तुम और समस्त पृथ्वीवासी अगर स्वर्ग आना चाहते हैं तो खूब पेड़ लगाइए। वैकल्पिक ऊर्जा माध्यमों का इस्तेमाल कीजिए, बिजली व ईंधन की खपत कम कीजिए, पानी को बर्बाद मत कीजिए। और हाँ, 28 व 29 अक्टूबर को इंदिरा गांधी प्रतिष्ठान गोमती नगर लखनऊ में यूपी क्लाइमेट चेंज कॉन्क्लेव में जरूर आइए। वहां वातावरण एवं जलवायु से संबंधित मुद्दों पर चर्चा की जाएगी। उसमें हिस्सा लीजिए और अपना जलवायु स्कोर अच्छा कीजिए।
Thank you so much. Now for the token of appreciation, may I please request Akanksha on the stage once again. To our Honorable Chairperson, Mr. Manoj Singh. Please bring the token of appreciation as well. To remind you, ladies and gentlemen, this token of appreciation is very special. It is made by the artisans of Jharkhand with their love, with their sweat and blood. So it's a piece of Jharkhand that we are bestowing upon our chairperson and other speakers and moderator. Next we have our speakers, Shri Sanjay Srivastav. Next, Mr. Ashish Tiwari. Dr. K. Ravichandran. Again, Mr. Sanjay Srivastava, Uttar Pradesh government. Mr. S. Rakesh Kumar. Mr. U. Galen, I think he has excused himself. So we'll keep it, we'll give it to him later. And Ulka madam will be given it will be posted to her residence. And now to our moderator who moderated the entire session, Ms. Divya Sharma. Thank you so much to all the speakers and moderators and our chairperson. We conclude our session here. Before we break for lunch, it is very important for you to emphasize on few announcements that I'm going to make right now. From now on, right at 3, we will be starting with breakthrough sessions. So there will be 2 consecutive breakthrough sessions. One will be here and one will be in the Hibiscus, which is in the business center, right? So whoever wants to join this topic, which is sustainable energy transition, envisaging the strategic shift to meet climate and net zero goals, will be here in the grand ballroom. And for those who is interested in socially inclusive livelihood transition, contours of capacitation and community participation for greener jobs, will please come to Hibiscus in the business center floor. So these are the 2 breakthrough sessions which will happen simultaneously right after the lunch break. For the lunch break, I would request all the speaker, moderator and the chairperson to kindly come to the papaya lobby level. And next, for the other guests and dignitaries, you will be having it here in the grand ballroom itself. So for the speaker, moderator and chairperson, please kindly for the lunch, you will be escorted to the papaya in the lobby level. So ladies and gentlemen, here we break for lunch. We will commence again at 3. We will commence at 3 sharp. So there will be 2 simultaneous breakout sessions. I have already narrated the topics. So in whichever topics you are interested, you can suit yourself on that that place. So one will be in Grand Ballroom and another will be in Hibiscus in Business Center. So ladies and gentlemen, 3 sharp, we are meeting again for the breakthrough session. For the speakers and moderators and the chairperson, please, you will be escorted to the papaya lobby level. And all the government dignitaries and the speaker and moderator and the chairperson will be in the papaya lobby level for their lunch. And other delegates will be here in the grand ballroom. your seat, all our delegates, dignitaries outside the auditorium. May I please request you to kindly come inside and take your seat. We're already running a little late, so I would request you to kindly be there with us so that we stick to our schedule. Thank you so much. May I please request everybody to kindly take your seat. Thank you so much. Today's first breakthrough session, the topic, Sustainable Energy Transitions, Envisaging the Strategic Shift to Meet Climate and Net Zero Goals. This session will unravel the dynamics of clean energy transitions, capitalizing on alternative energies and fuel such as renewable, solar, green hydrogen, and bioenergies. Sub-themes will probe into the realm of international collaboration for the adoption of advanced clean technologies. The discourse will highlight the strategic scaling up of emerging technologies underpinned by supportive policies and the nuanced assimilation of global best practices. Now I would like to call our moderator, our speakers, and our chairman on the dais. We'll start with the moderator, Mr. Vikas Mehta, Executive Director, SED Fund. A founding executive board member of the SED Fund, serves as its Executive Director with a rich background including roles as Portfolio Director at Growald Family Fund. He specializes in strategic planning and investment in renewable energy and climate sectors for startups and growth stage companies. Now let's come to the speakers. Mr. Jungwon Do, he will be with us virtually, Head Carbon Neutrality Policy, Chungmun Province, South Korea, leading fine dust management from 2009 to 2022 and overseeing water quality. He currently heads the Climate Environment Policy Division. He superheads efforts to combat climate change and boost international cooperation aiming for carbon neutrality in Chungnam. His topic would be South Korea's subnational efforts in achieving just transition in Chungnam. Our next speaker would be Mr. Anupam Shukla, IAS. He will also join us virtually. Director, Uttar Pradesh New and Renewable Energy Development Agency, Government of Uttar Pradesh. An IAS officer of the 2000 Chief and Principal Chief Inspector, Department of Energy, Government of Orissa. He plays a key role in commissioning lighting systems in government buildings and implementing safety applications. In the Rural Development Department, he led electrification projects for essential community services. He manages statutory safety requirements, oversees small hydroelectric projects, and advises on government electrification projects while leading energy conservation and transition initiatives in the state. Next topic will be synergizing Indo-German efforts for a sustainable energy landscape, for which we have Mr. Anirban Kundu, co-director, Indo-German Energy Program, GIZ. He has advised governments on various levels and managed complex infrastructure programs in developing economies. He supports green energy transition initiatives in India. He also has extensive experience in government advisory, specializing in PPP transactions, financial innovation, and advising on accounting system reforms and resource mobilization strategies. Our next speaker will be speaking on the localizing the future energy planning through open access energy system modeling. He will be Mr. Maximilian Parzen, Chief Executive Officer, Open Energy Transition Germany, CEO of Open Energy Transition and a co-creator of PIPSA Earth, is a leading figure in energy system planning. He has significantly contributed to open source energy optimization, including high-solves discovery advocacy for open data via CC BY 4.0 licenses. Max is a key voice in forums like Open Mode and the World Bank. Co-directs the PIPSA Meets Earth initiative, and his PhD research focuses on energy storage's role in decarbonization. Our next speaker will be speaking on role of hydrogen in shaping the energy transition, Mr. Jaydeep Malik, General Manager, Business Development, John Cockerill, India Limited. His expertise includes tenders, e-tenders, online bidding, engineering, sales management, risk management, contract management, planning, budgeting, cash flow, and production. Before this role, he was the General Manager for Projects and Sales at Aerox Nigen Equipments Private Limited. Last but not the least, our last speaker will speak on enabling energy access for just transition. Dr. Nabi Moholakana, virtually he will be joining us, researcher and lecturer, TU Delft, Netherlands, a researcher at TU Delft and research fellow at CST. Stellenbosch University has over 20 years of expertise in energy policy, access, and gender mainstreaming. Her work focuses on enabling affordable, clean energy in European energy communities, analyzing the socio-economic impacts of energy transition in South Africa, has contributed extensively to understand household energy use, energy in the informal food sector, and gender in energy governance through her published work. We have another speaker who have joined us today, Mr. Hassan Mani, Head Generation and Transmission at the Ministry of Energy, Government of Ghana. And the chairperson will be Mr. Suresh Kumar, IAS Chairman, Damodar Valley Corporation, Government of India, an IAS officer of the 1988 batch. He was the additional Chief Secretary in the West Bengal Government's Power Department, with additional responsibilities in the Non-Conventional Energy Resource Department. He held significant positions like Director of Finance at the National AIDS Control Organization and Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Home Affairs. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's start with our breakout session 1, and I would like to hand over the session to our moderator. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your introduction. I truly appreciate that, because the way you introduced all of us and the way you introduced even me even my skeptical, rebellious pre-teen son who thinks that I'm nobody would be impressed. So thank you about that. The title of this session is almost prophetic, right? I mean, we have sustainability in it, we have energy transition in that, we have strategic shift in that. This is super important, isn't it? I mean, given the fact that in most quarters around the world, when we talk about climate change, we almost always talk about it as a threat. We do not talk about it as an opportunity. I represent the SED Fund. We are a philanthropy. We work a lot with investors around the world to make sure that philanthropic dollars seed early stage interventions which become more scalable, more investable everywhere in the world. And one investor once told me that he sees climate change only as the opportunity and perhaps the biggest investment opportunity of all times. It is an opportunity in which we change our lifestyles, we change where the energy comes from, we stop burning things to gain energy, something that the humans have been doing perhaps since we've been humans. So when you start to kind of look at what we can do, I mean, a country like India or the state like Jharkhand, see, the typical per capita emissions are already very low, and the per capita electricity use is low as well. So if we have to grow the electricity use, per capita electricity use, can we grow that use of electricity without increasing the emissions? That's a question we have to answer while growing the economy, while creating jobs, while keeping the public health and biodiversity front and center. So Jharkhand as a state, as we saw earlier in the presentation from Ulka, that it already knows how to run an energy economy. Can it run a clean energy economy? Can it lead on that? That's a question we have to answer on this panel today. So first, I hope Mr. Do, can you hear me?
화면은 잘 들리십니까?
Mr. Do, our first.
예, 잘 들립니다.
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear me, Mr. Do?
잘 들리십니까? 다시 한번. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Great.
Can you hear me?
So what we would like to do is a format for this panel is that, of course, every presenter has their task cut out in terms of what they have to present. But I would also like to challenge them on one question as they present. So Mr. Do, I think I would welcome you to kind of start. But the question that I would like to kind of answer perhaps during your presentation is that Chungnam, as a predominantly coal province, how did you look at the economic and resource profile, which is very similar to Jharkhand? I mean, how did you look at just transition, and what inspired you to actually become one of the leaders, literally globally, on just transition?
발표 시작해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 일단 충남 같은 경우에는 석탄의 의존도가 상당히 높은 그런 지역으로 알고 있는데 정의로운 전환을 추진하기 위해서 경제 그리고 자연 자원에 있어서 어떤 것으로부터 영감을 받으셨는지에 대해서도 발표 중에 언급 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
예, 여러분 반갑습니다. 저는 대한민국 충청남도 기후환경정책과에 근무하고 있는 도중원입니다. 인도 국제 컨퍼런스의 탄소 중립을 위한 우리 충청남도의 노력을 소개하게 돼서 매우 기쁘게 생각합니다.
Distinguished guests, Mr. Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am Chung-won Do from Climate and Environment Policy Division of the Chungnam Provincial Government of Korea. I'm pleased to introduce Chungnam's carbon neutrality efforts here at this conference.
최근 국제사회의 가장 중요한 이슈가 탄소 중립입니다. 탄소 중립은 우리의 안전과도 직결되면서 나아가서는 미래 세대의 생존이 걸린 문제이기도 합니다. 이러한 인식하에 충청남도는 탄소 중립을 우리 사회의 새로운 가치이자 이정표로 삼아서 추진해 나가고 있습니다.
The most crucial issue in the international arena nowadays is carbon neutrality. Carbon neutrality bears direct implications for our security and represents a matter critical to the survival of future generations. With this understanding in mind, Chungnam is actively pursuing carbon neutrality as a new societal value and guiding principle.
지금부터 기후위기 대응 그리고 탄소 중립을 향한 우리 충청남도의 정책과 실천 사항을 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다.
Now on, I will present the province's policies and practices toward climate crisis response and carbon neutrality.
대한민국 온실가스 배출량은 2019년 기준으로 7억 100만 톤으로 전 세계 배출량 590억 톤의 1.18%에 해당됩니다. 이는 세계에서 12번째이고 OECD 국가 중에서는 6번째로 많이 배출하고 있습니다.
As of 2019, the greenhouse gas emissions of South Korea amounted to 701 million tons, accounting for 1.18% of the global emissions, totaling 59 billion tons. This makes South Korea the 12th largest emitter globally and the 6th largest emitter among the OECD countries.
충청남도
I'm sorry, I think we have lost the audio.
소거된 것 같습니다. 소거 해지 부탁드립니다.
sorry. 충청남도는 2019년 1억 5,500만 톤을 배출하였고 이는 국가 배출량 7억 100만 톤의 22.1%에 해당되는 것입니다. 광역 시도 중에서도 가장 많은 양입니다. 발전, 철강, 석유화학 등이 전체 배출량의 94%를 차지하고 이 도내 온실가스 배출량의 대부분을 차지한다고 말할 수 있습니다.
And in the same year, 2019, Chungnam Province emitted 155 million tons of greenhouse gases, accounting for 22.1% of the national emissions of 701 million tons. This makes Chungnam the largest emitter among the metropolitan and provincial governments in Korea. The majority of greenhouse gas emissions in the province, about 94%, stem from industries such as power generation, steel, and petrochemicals.
이러한 현황 속에서 우리 충남에서는 우선 대한민국 탄소 중립을 선도하는 그린 충남을 비전으로 2045년 탄소 중립 녹색 성장 기본 계획을 수립해서 추진하고 있습니다. 우리의 목표는 온실가스 배출량을 2035년까지 현재 수준의 50%로 감축하고 2045년에 탄소 중립을 완성하는 것으로 국가 온실가스 감축 목표인 2050년보다 5년을 앞당겨서 2045년도에 탄소 중립을 실현하고자 하는 것입니다.
Let me elaborate on Chungnam's key strategies for carbon neutrality. First and foremost, we have prepared and are implementing the 2045 Net Zero and Green Growth Master Plan under the vision Green Chungnam Leading Net Zero Initiatives in Korea. Our goal is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to 50% of current levels by 2035 and achieve carbon neutrality by 2045, advancing it 5 years ahead of the national greenhouse gas reduction target of 2050.
2045년 충남형 탄소 중립 실현을 위한 전략을 말씀드리겠습니다. 우선 전환에 있어서는 부문 전략을 탄소 배출을 제로화하여 정의로운 에너지 전환을 실현하는 것입니다. 석탄화력 발전을 추가 설치하지 않고 수명이 다한 발전소를 대신해 신재생 에너지 보급 확대 및 융복합 자원, 수소 생산 산업의 육성을 통해서 청정 에너지로의 전환을 실현하고자 합니다.
Elaborate some detailed strategies for Chungnam to achieve 2045 net zero. First, we have transition, which is aimed at realizing a just energy transition by bringing carbon emissions to zero. Detailed measures include expanding renewable energy supply, supporting renewable energy convergence, and promoting hydrogen industry and production.
혁신 부분에 있어서는 청정 에너지 중심의 산업 생태계를 전환하는 것입니다. 노후된 산단의 대개조 및 저탄소 기술 육성 등 과감한 혁신을 통해서 저탄소 산업 생태계를 조성해 나가고자 합니다.
Second strategy is innovation, involving measures to shift the industrial ecosystem toward clean energy. The goal is to create a low-carbon industrial ecosystem through bold innovations, such as the extensive renovation of aging industrial complexes and the promotion of low-carbon technologies.
다음은 참여 부분으로 기후 탄력성 회복을 통해 탄소 중립 사회를 실현하는 것입니다. 농축산 에너지인 메탄을 이용해 효율화를 도모하고 산림, 해양, 하천, 습지 등 자연 생태 보호를 통한 흡수원 확대, 고탄소 산업에서 배출되는 탄소의 포집 및 활용 등 사회 전반에서 탄소 중립 사회로의 전환을 이루고자 합니다.
The key word is participation. Participation holds strategies aimed at creating a carbon neutral society via restoring climate resilience, enhancing agricultural, livestock, industry energy efficiency through the use of methane gas, and expanding carbon sinks through the protection of natural ecosystems such as forests, oceans, rivers, and wetlands, and commercializing carbon capture and storage technologies to mitigate emissions from high carbon industries can be found on the list of detailed strategies.
그리고 마지막으로 선도 부분에 있어서는 도민 참여를 확대해서 탄소 중립 이행 기반을 구축하는 것입니다. 탄소 중립 도시 조성으로 사회 전반의 탄소 중립 의식을 강화하고 탄소 중립을 뒷받침하여 제도 및 인프라 확대를 통한 주민이 주도하는 일회용품 사용 근절과 탈플라스틱을 통한 탄소 중립 사회가 실현 가능하도록 지원하고 있습니다.
Finally, the fourth key strategy here is institutional framework, which has to do with building a foundation to implement net zero initiatives by enhancing public participation. Our aim is to strengthen carbon neutrality awareness across society by establishing net zero cities and reducing the use of plastics, while expanding institutions and infrastructure that underpin carbon neutrality to support the creation of a public-driven carbon neutral society.
우리 충청남도는 2022년 10월에 탄소 중립 경제 특별 도라는 선포식을 했습니다. 탄소 중립 기본 계획을 바탕으로 탄소 중립 경제는 탄소 중립을 기반으로 한 경제와 산업 생태계를 뜻하는 것입니다. 메탄 등 오염물질을 재활용해서 에너지를 생산하고 산업 구조를 수소 등 청정 에너지 중심으로 개편해 기후위기를 극복하고 신성장 동력을 창출하는 경제, 산업 전반의 탄소 중립 그리고 기후테크로의 전환을 본격적으로 추진하고자 합니다.
In October 2022, South Chungcheong Province or Chungnam Province declared to transition to a low carbon economy based on the net zero master plan toward 2045. A net zero or low carbon economy primarily would refer to a net zero economy and industrial ecosystem. The pollutants, such as methane, will be recycled to produce energy, while industries will be restructured, pivoting to clean energy, such as hydrogen, thereby overcoming the climate crisis and generating a new growth engine. And throughout the economy and industry, net zero green transition based on climate technologies will be driven forward in full swing.
우리 충청남도는 대한민국에서 지리적 특성으로 인해서 석탄화력 발전 50% 이상이 우리 충청남도에 입지해 있습니다. 석탄화력 발전에 따른 석탄화력 발전 폐지에 따른 지역 경제 침체가 우려되고 산업 구조 또한 고탄소 배출 업종이 57.5%를 차지하기 때문에 선도적인 대응이 시급한 상황입니다.
Chungnam hosts 50% of coal power plants in Korea because of the geographical characteristics that it carries. And the phase out of coal may push the local economy into recession. As for industrial makeup of the province, high emitting sectors take up 57.5%. And all of this require preemptive action.
경제의 지속적인 성장을 위해서 에너지와 산업 구조의 체질 개선이 반드시 필요한 시점이고 정의로운 전환 등 선도적 기후 위기 대응 정책을 추진해서 수도 국가 혁신 클러스터 등 미래 신산업 육성을 통해서 변화를 적극적으로 대응하고자 경제 성장의 동력을 만들어내고자 노력하고 있습니다.
To sustain economic growth, energy and industrial structures require fundamental improvement. At this juncture, Chungnam is committed to advancing just transition and other policy responses to the climate crisis. Hydrogen National Innovation Cluster and new future industries will be fostered to facilitate change and create an engine for further growth.
탄소 중립으로 새롭게 창출되는 그 수소 그리고 CCU 등 기후테크 등의 미래 산업을 육성하고자 하고 고탄소 산업의 저탄소화 및 탄소 저감 기술 확산 그리고 폐자원 재활용 등 순환 경제로의 전환을 촉진하고 도민 경제 그 탄소 중립 플랫폼
Will establish itself as a national net zero hub and realize net zero economy.
우리 충남은 지역 주민과 함께 탄소 중립 정책을 실천하고자 노력하고 있습니다. 충청남도는 도민, 도의회와 함께 기후 비상 상황을 선포하고 탄소 중립을 공표함으로써 탄소 중립에 대한 도민의 자발적 참여 의지를 한데 모았습니다. 또한 광역 지방정부 최초로 환경교육 도시를 선언하고 도민 스스로 지역 환경 문제 해결 능력을 키우고자 기후 환경 교육을 확대했습니다. 그 외에도 전국 최초로 온실가스 감축을 위한 농업발전 상생 협력 사업, 산업부문의 청정연료 전환 사업, 기후위기 안심마을 조성 사업, 주민 주도형 에너지 자립마을 조성 사업 등 지역 주민과 함께하는 앞장서는 탄소 중립 사업들을 추진해 나가고 있습니다.
Chungnam and residents are working together to practice net zero policies. With the people and the provincial council, Chungnam government declared a state of climate emergency and committed to become carbon neutral, galvanizing the public to realize carbon neutrality. Chungnam is also the first local government to declare an environmental education city and supported the public to better solve local environmental challenges by expanding climate education. In addition, Korea's first GHG reducing agriculture cooperation project, industrial clean fuel transition project, climate-proof village project, public-led energy self-reliant village project, and other public-driven pioneering net zero projects have been implemented.
마지막으로 국제 협력을 통한 탄소 중립 추진상을 말씀드리겠습니다. 충청남도는 2017년부터 매년 국제 컨퍼런스를 개최하고 있습니다. 기후위기 대응을 위해 국내외 공감대 확산과 협조 체계를 구축해 나가고자 하는 것입니다. 지난 2021년에는 국제 컨퍼런스를 언더투와 연계한 아시아 태평양 지역 포럼으로 이어졌고 주제는 친환경 에너지 전환을 위한 정책에 대해서 공유한 바 있습니다.
Lastly, on net zero through international cooperation. Since 2017, Chungnam has been hosting an annual international conference on climate response, building consensus and a cooperation framework at home and abroad. Back in 2021, in linkage with the conference, the Under 2 Coalition Asia Pacific Forum was held with the topic of policies for eco-friendly energy transition.
I'm sorry, we have lost the audio again.
sorry. 22년도에는 일본 구마모토현과 나라현 그리고 중국의 허베이성, 우리나라 충청남도와 같이 에너지 전환 정책을 공유하고 협력 방안을 논의한 바가 있고요. 23년도에는 탄소 중립 지속 가능한 전략과 지속 가능한 기후 리더십을 주제로 우리 인도 차티스가르주와 서ben갈주에서도 같이 참여를 한 14개 국가가 참여를 해서 산업, 건축, 수송, 흡수원 등 부문별 세션 운영을 통해서 흡수원 전략을 제시한 바 있습니다.
In 2022, Chungnam, along with Kumamoto and Nara prefectures of Japan and Hebei province of China, Chungnam hosted a net zero session for clean energy transition where the three nations shared energy transition policies and cooperation measures. And in 2023, with the topic of sustainable strategy and climate leadership, along with 14 nations, including India and not including China, we hosted industry, architecture, transport, and carbon sink sessions where policy tasks and carbon sink strategies were proposed.
또한 충청남도는 한국 최초로 언더2 연합에 가입해서 활동 중인데요. 언더2 연합은 지구 온도 상승을 1.5도씨 이하로 유지하기 위한 협력하는 그 세계 광역자치단체 간의 연맹으로 충청남도는 2020년에 이어 22년에도 언더2 연합 아시아 태평양 지역 의장으로 선출되어 충청남도와 우리 대한민국의 목소리를 국제사회에 높여나가고 있습니다.
Chungnam is active as Korea's first member of the Under 2 coalition, which aims to keep global warming to below 1.5 degrees and is a network of global local governments and municipalities coming together under that goal. Chungnam, as in 2020, was elected chair of Asia Pacific in 2022 and has been representing the province and Korea on the global stage.
지난 22년 언더2 연합 총회에서 우리 지사께서 기조연설을 통해 우리 언더2 연합의 실질적인 활동을 제안하면서 개발도상국에 대한 금전적이고 기술적인 도움을 주기 위한 기금 마련을 제안을 했고요. 지난해 두바이에서 개최된 언더2 연합 총회에서 블룸버그 재단과 우리 도가 마중물 성격의 그 기부금을 마련하는 본격적인 지원 체계를 갖추게 되었습니다.
In 2022, at the general meeting of the Under 2 coalition, our governor gave a keynote speech proposing practical actions to be taken by the coalition and also proposing to provide monetary and technical assistance to developing nations. And last year, at the general meeting held in Dubai, along with the Bloomberg Foundation, Chungnam together presented a framework for donations.
우리 자르칸드주를 비롯한 세션에 참여하신 자치단체들께서도 관심을 가지고 언더2 연합에 가입을 해서 기술 교류 등을 통한 더욱 가속화된 기후 변화가 이루어지길 기대해 봅니다.
I hope that the state of Jharkhand in India, and all local governments participating in this international conference, I urge you to please join the Under 2 coalition so that through climate assistance and technologies, we may accelerate the transition that we are all aiming for.
우리 충청남도는 이 현재 현상 유지에 머무르지 않고 더욱 새로운 탄소 중립 정책을 펼쳐나가고자 하는데요. 먼저 24년도 올해 국제 컨퍼런스를 통해서 국제사회 탄소 중립 실천과 공조를 더욱 활성화해 나갈 계획입니다. 지금 이 세션에 참석하신 모든 분께서 금년 10월에 대한민국 탄소 중립을 선도하는 충남의 고도인 부여에서 개최될 24년도 국제 컨퍼런스에 직접 오셔서 많은 교환의 장이 되기를 희망하고 이만 발표를 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Going forward, Chungnam will not stay complacent, but push forward new net zero policies. In 2024, Chungnam will continue to host the international conference so as to further global carbon net zero practice and cooperation. And I urge all participants and encourage all participants to kindly come to the international conference to be taking place in October this year in the city of Puyo, which is an ancient capital city of the Chungnam province. And I hope that we can all engage in active exchanges and together find a way forward. And with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Kamsahamnida, Mr. Do. Thank you for leadership on this. As we saw that it requires more than just work on the technology and the finance to bring about this change, especially if your economy depends so much on one fossil fuel. It requires political ambition, and it also requires bureaucratic machinery to kind of give it legs. So with that, I think I want to move on to our next speaker. Mr. Shukla is not yet online, so I'm going to go to Mr. Maharana, who is representing the state of Odisha with the Department of Energy. So, Mr. Maharana, my question to you, perhaps to think through your presentation, would be that as you look at your role within the state, how do you really look at supporting the energy transition policy, attracting finance, or perhaps enabling the finance within the state? And where do you see that role the technology transfers can play to perhaps advance Odisha's energy transition, especially when you consider that it's one of the most heavily industrialized state in the country?
Yes.
Over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone, all the delegates on the dais and off the dais. It is indeed a privilege to address this esteemed gathering as the International Sustainable Transition for Future-Ready Jharkhand. Today I stand before you to shed light on Odisha's roadmap for energy transition, exploring both challenges we face and the opportunities that lie ahead. Bande Utkala Janani. I mean to say, I love my motherland, that is Odisha. So I parade my motherland before speaking to anything else. And Odisha, I love to call it as Kalinga. Why I am telling the story of history of Odisha, a short a glimpse of story. It was the Kalinga kingdom, which is the only one undefeated kingdom of India. It was never when it could be conquered by the foreign invaders, except one case conquered by Ashoka, that the biggest war of Indian history you must have come across. And Kalinga, why I am talking about Kalinga? Kalinga was the first kingdom to make colonial rule around the world. Java, Sumatra, Bali, and it's the most courageous kingdom. And it first implemented renewable energy sources through wind power by sailing to foreign lands, and it also used transportation, rivers, canals. So many, you will find so many rivers and canals inside Odisha. So there is a lot of things to say about Odisha. But because I belong to Kalinga, I will definitely feel proud. And just I want to give a glimpse of about my kingdom to you. So next, going to our electricity history. Our EAC University was the total in charge, the state technical head of the energy department. Our organization was established in 1946, prior to Indian independence. India got independence in 1936. Thereafter, we are the first state to make up the Reform Act in 1995. We have privatized everything, transmission, distribution, and also generation sectors, thermal and both hydro. And we have fully privatized our discom sectors through Tata Power with 51% share. And before going to anything else, I just want to say what transition means. You must all be, we are all talking about transition, energy transition. What transition means? But for my point of view, transition is what I mean to say. I just want to tell you. Transit. When we are availing transit from one place to another, from one situation to another situation. Suppose I am moving from my house to another house, shifting my metals, everything. So first thing what I will do, I will go, first I will clean up the house. I will see what are the arrangements are there, where the furnitures can be put. But presently, I think we are thinking about what the furnitures we are going to install instead of cleaning the house. Just transition. You start from a ground level, from home. Charity begins at home. You have to start from here. You have to switch off your lights. You have to stop your leakages of water before filling the tank. You have to switch off your light. You should use the energy consumption equipments and energy efficient materials. You make the buildings with ECBC energy efficient buildings. I swear, 20% of energy can be saved through energy efficiency and energy transition. If you make calculation, I will come into the picture of database subsequently. And as far as EAC electricity is concerned, it is the state nodal agency for energy transition. We have yet to come up with the energy transition force. Statutory functions of electricity duty. It is the state, EAC is the state agency for energy conservation activities and awareness program, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. And Bureau of Energy Efficiency is going to be shortly to be termed as Bureau of Energy Transition. Okay. Next, I am in charge of the development of small hydraulic projects. We, EAC office, we have developed our office prior to 2000. Departmentally, we executed 2,100 megawatt of 6 numbers of small, large hydro projects. And during last 7 years, we came up with small hydro project, 6 numbers of 108 megawatt capacity, and we are awarded by MNRE but high aggregation, high installation of small hydro projects through M&E last year just. And I mean to say what I have done and what my vision and what we Odisha wants actually. I am the state, EHF is the state nodal agency for EV charging stations. We have already installed 190 number of charging stations. As for Odisha's industrial sector concerned, Odisha steel production in 2022-23 is 24 MT, whereas India's total production is 140 MT. By 2030, Odisha is expecting to produce about 100 MT. The scenario we are going, the way we are going ahead. And the growth rate is 5.36% as against for 3.7 industrial sector growth rate, 5.36% in Odisha as compared to India's 3.77%. And our 24% coal reserve, I'm giving the statistics about Odisha, 24% coal reserve. We have 92% nickel and bauxite of India, 44% manganese, 33% iron ore. So let us come into the power scenario. Since I have energy transition, I am not talking about climate because I am from energy department. I will tell you about the electrical consumption and electrical sector, electric demand, everything, energy demand in respect of electricity. So as per power sector, we have contracted capacity in megawatt, 8,635 megawatt, and state hydro 24%. We are lucky enough that we have already installed hydro, and still we are coming up with the RPO obligation, meeting the RPO obligations, and state thermal total average demand of Odisha in financial year 23 is 3,749 megawatt, and peak demand is 5,312 megawatt. It is around 4,000 megawatt, and peak demand is 5,300 megawatt. And by the year financial 36, we are expecting it goes up to 6,500 and 10,500 megawatt respectively, and up to end of the financial year 47, it may rise to 9,200 and 17,000 megawatts. So in this scenario, consumption pattern, this is the contracted capacity in megawatt. What is the present scenario of power sector is there in Odisha, I am talking about. I am coming to the consumption pattern. And Odisha is the most unlucky state, I tell you. You go to America, Europe, everywhere you go, you will find the steel there. You will find made in India. You must be seeing. And where did they go? Made in India, from Odisha, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh. The steel were produced here and transported to that, exported to European foreign countries. And we are facing the global temperature rise and all the natural calamities. And this situation has arisen in the cumulative process of 200 years. It is not the present you. Still, we are serving not only the nation, Odisha, Jharkhand, we are serving not only the nation, but also the world. By compromising with our climate conditions. It is a fact actually. So, in this scenario, our CGP consumption is about 64%. In Odisha, CGP consumption is 64%, and non-captive consumption, that includes domestic, commercial, irrigation, industrial and others, that comes to 36%. So 36% of energy consumption is being monitored by the DISCOMs, distribution companies, through GRIDCO. GRIDCO is the aggregator. It is supplying energy from outside to the distributors, and it is a representative of government of Odisha. So in our state, we have kept GRIDCO as the only PSU, so that it is a corporation and to monitor the DISCOMs. And we are totally quite successful to regulate all the activities of DISCOMs. In this way, we find, here I want to just say something, energy transition and energy efficiency. In COP28, energy efficiency is a mandatory norm. You must have come up as far as energy transition concerned. 50 crores to replace the world. Remember, BLDC fan is a silent revolution of energy transition. If you want to do anything, if you cannot do anything you should start with the replacement of BLD fans. It consumes 60% of domestic consumption. So I have calculated about, I can save about 700 megawatt of demand by replacing all the fans of Odisha consumers and government buildings. That way, by saving 700 megawatt load demand, you see, 1 unit saved is 2 units generated. And 1 unit consumption of electricity gives rise to 720 grams of carbon dioxide. So, before building our palace, we should look into these matters. That way, I've already worked out, I've replaced 5,000 BLD fans in the state government buildings. I always believe charity begins at home. So I said in the government that I will replace everything in the government first and show the people what benefits we are getting. Major hospital buildings I have replaced, major institutions I have replaced, just for the sake of knowledge and awareness. So this way, I can say this much, COP26, we are all in the Panchamrit. We should reach 500 gigawatt non-fossil fuel, non-fossil energy capacity by 2030, and reduction carbon intensity 45%. I am not a person related to climate change. I am totally concerned with the power sector. So, COP28, one thing, operationalization of funding arrangement for addressing loss and damage. We, the state of Odisha, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, we should be given the compensation because we have suffered since last 200 years. We are serving the nation as well as the whole world. As far as RPO obligation is concerned, in the endeavor to achieve the target, Minister of Power has notified new RPO trajectory for the period 23 to 30, which mandates 43.33% of share of renewable energy by 2030. From 24 onwards, energy storage obligation will also be mandated, which will be 4% by 2030. India to implement new renewable energy consumption from April 1, 2024 for DISCOMs, just notified 3 to 4 days back by MNRE. In line with the renewal purchase obligation trajectory set up by MOP, Odisha have achieved the target. In 2022-23, the target of RPO by Minister of Power was 24.61%. Instead, Odisha has achieved 30.58% as renewal purchase obligation, thanks to our hydro plants which were installed earlier. Similarly, the year 23-24, Odisha has already achieved the RPO target in the context of non-captive power. I am talking these all for non-captive consumption, not captive consumption. But captive consumption is a big challenge for us. I will come to the topic. The sector which is vital and challenging for our CGP. India has to put force and to decarbonize the power sector and more renewable energy as well as energy efficient interventions. Strategies for mitigating carbon emissions in the thermal power plants, we are planning for biomass co-firing in boilers. Biomass usage in Odisha, 64 MT up to May 23. We are planning with the PAT scheme. We are the biggest achiever of PAT scheme in Bureau of Energy Efficiency. We have surpassed our target. We saved a lot of energy in PAT scale. We have 99 of designated consumers. Adoption of advanced boiler technology. This is also going on along with PAT scheme. Ideal place for green hydrogen, Odisha, is the most ideal place for green hydrogen because steel and aluminum sectors are abundantly available and highest production of steel in India. So at present 2% blending is going on. Subsequent technologies are being developed. We expect about 20 up to blending up to 20%. Automatically, it is the start only. To develop a holistic energy transition plan, state energy plan and state energy efficiency plan have been developed by our state. We have developed state energy efficiency action plan and state energy plan. And it has been combined, and energy transition plan has been prepared and in collaboration with GIZ MBE. Department of Energy of Odisha and GIZ signed an MOU on 8th July 21, of which one of the objectives was to develop state energy plan, long-term planning approach for developing state's energy vision and several energy scenarios by modeling, optimizing energy supply mix to meet projected multi-sector energy demand. In this way, in this context, I should just say, CM of Odisha have declared a rooftop solar of 1376 crores just day before yesterday for rooftop solar for the public, for benefit of the public to reduce their energy consumption, along with PM Surjodo Jodhana. Apart from PM Surjodo Jodhana.
Mr. Maharana, Mr. Maharana?
Yes, 1 minute.
We need to wrap up because other speakers are. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. There are so many advantages in our RE policy. Even our Odisha RE policy, one of the best RE policy of India. And so many, we have given 30% subsidy on installation, cost installation. Just I am sorting out. STU charges exemption 20 paise per unit for 20 years. Crop subsidy charges 50% exemption for 15 years. And so many other things are also there. Project status under Odisha Renewable Energy Policy 2022, projects already approved by SWC, Single Window Committee, 314 megawatt, and proposals being received, 761 megawatt. A PSP policy is also under process, and floating solar policy is also under process. In agriculture sector, industry sector, through PM Kusum, we have done a lot of things. We have converted 4 lakh, 5 lakh diesel pumps to electric by 2025. We are going to achieve 20% registration, EV registration by 2025. Bhubaneswar is going to be a solar city by 2030. These plans are going on.
Mr. Maharana, I politely urge you to wrap up because other speakers are also waiting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Activities in AGM, MU, DSM, retailer training, other activities, MSME sectors through ACFC, Energy Conservation Fund, all has been provided. In conclusion, Odisha, like Jharkhand, has a major role to play in the energy transition journey of India. It is nearly challenging time for us to put our best effort so as to surpass the renewable energy target well in time to make our environment greener and cleaner. Let us work together to build a cleaner, greener, and more resilient energy for India. Thank you all.
Thank you. So we're going to go on to our next virtual speaker. She's actually halfway across the world in Netherlands, Ms. Molakwana. Good morning, and I know that you have to speak on the enabling energy access for just transition. So I have a very simple question for you. How do you make energy access, especially through clean energy, inclusive, and how do you create jobs with that? Over to you. Ms. Molakwana, can you hear me? Are we having her?
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
Did you get my question?
No, can you please repeat it? I'm sorry. Here we go. I hope you can all say that.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So just to introduce myself, my name is Ntabi Muhlakwana. I know it's a difficult name for non-South African speakers. So I am currently working at Delft University of Technology. I'm also a fellow at the the Stellenbosch University in South Africa, where most of my work takes place. So today I'll be presenting on the South African Just Energy Transition Framework, and I'll be presenting on the South African Just Energy Transition Framework and the investment plan. And just to say that my presentation is not technical at all, because I've heard the other speakers talking about, technical concepts and issues. So this is more looking at the ground and the livelihoods. Okay, this is my outline. I'll be looking at that, giving you just a short South African background and the case of the just energy transitions, the plan and the processes in South Africa, what has been taking place so far. And I'll just take some from the work that we have done and the a document, or rather a paper that we have published looking at the varieties of a just transition, and then I will conclude my talk. So, giving the background, South Africa has quite high unemployment rates at the moment. Well, as of the third quarter of last year, 2023, we had about almost 32% of unemployment for the whole country, and up to 58% of the youth was unemployed in the country. At least 50% of the population is living below the poverty line. And of course, we've all gone through the COVID pandemic, and it has worsened situations all over the world. And in South Africa, it was quite high impact because it found a lot of people already living in poverty. And according to the World Bank, and we know also from the country's economics, that South Africa is one of the most unequal countries in the world with regards to income distribution, where you will see that on the 10% of the country's population actually own up to 80% of the wealth, which is really unequal. We also generate our electricity from coal use. So you'll see that 86% of electricity is generated from the coal that is mined locally and, of course, processed locally. We're also one of the top polluters in the continent, in the African continent, which when you combine with the other countries, we all pollute about 84% of the CO2 emissions. But we also are working towards reaching net zero greenhouse emissions by 2050. This is part of the energy transition, of course, that the country is going through. What are the opportunities presented by the energy transition for South Africa? This is renewable energy production that may lead to low energy prices. Looking at the industrialization, which is hoped to provide jobs in the future. This could also benefit other economic sectors that would be able to access clean energy, affordable energy, that could be reliable also for productivity. Also looking at climate smart agricultural potential, since South Africa also relies on agricultural production, and also managing risks that come with being a carbon intensive producer in the decarbonizing world. Most importantly, I think for the country in the context of South Africa is to improve lives and livelihoods of South Africans and keeping the people at the center of decision making. What are the key policy milestones that we've gone through as a country, or that have been put down to enable a just energy transitions? These include a whole lot of policies and strategies that have been formulated over the years, and South Africa has been a signatory in global agreements like the Paris Agreement and other agreements that ensure a decarbonized future. So there's quite a lot of work that is happening there. And when the whole issue of energy transition, it's strengthened and the discourse strengthened. And South Africa took that upon itself to ensure that we have proper frameworks that we can follow, that have gone through the government processes and have become law as well. And this is a structure that has been followed with regards to the South African Just Energy Transition Framework. And the emphasis on just energy transition is quite important for the country, because you don't want a transition that doesn't consider justice as well, given the country's inequality and people living in quite a lot of poverty. So the vision of the framework is for a transition that includes climate resilience, decent work, poverty eradication, and the people-centered decision-making for democracy. We also follow the principles of justice. So the core principles looking at restorative justice, distributive justice, procedural justice as well. And also taking into consideration who are the people that are most at risk. So these are the understanding and finding ways to ensure that those people are part of the process, are part of decision making as well, and are not left worse off in the process of the energy transition. So also taking into account the planning elements of the Just Energy Transition Framework, so looking at the active labor markets and social protection measures that can be taken into ensuring that the energy transition is a just one. So looking at also the policy measures, which are the long range desired outcomes that are seen as an outcome of this energy transition. Now, I'm sure you're all aware of what happened at the COP26 in 2021, where 8.5 billion was declared for South Africa by the JET partnership, which was the UK, the America, France, Germany, and the EU. So this created quite a big buzz in South Africa, as you can imagine. And immediately the government started working. They put a climate finance task they established that in February 2022, but to ensure that they engage with partner countries and also ensuring that we know what we're going to be able to do with this 8.5 billion, but most importantly, to define what this 8.5 billion is, because we have a very strong labor unions, and they wanted to figure out and know whether this was money that was borrowed, it was coming as loans or what. So the terms of the loans, that was quite important as well to know for people. And also the realization that the 8.5 billion was not going to be enough for the South African energy transition. So this started a process of looking exactly how much is needed for this energy transition to make it just, and where that money will come from. So this has also led to the Just Energy Transition implementation plan, investment plan, rather, sorry. So this is an official document that sets out the scale that is needed in terms of investments that are needed for the country for it to decarbonize. And it's also premised on our National Development Plan of 2030, also in line with the decarbonizing process and our net zero goals as well. And it's really also seen as one of the building blocks for managing the country's just energy transition process. So just to give you a brief about the case study that we conducted, this is in a coal mining area in South Africa, in the province of Mpumalanga. And we have workers that are working there in the coal value chain, about 150,000 people, depending on work there, workers and protection of workers as well. And where they live is quite polluted, as you can imagine. And I'm sure in all coal areas, you find that the environment is quite polluted, where there's a generation of electricity using coal, and they also in turn cannot afford energy services, and there are also high energy poverty levels in those particular areas. So we interviewed about 51 workers that were coal mine workers and electricity plant workers, just to find out their views about the energy transition, whether they see it, and how it could be made just so that they are also part of the process as well. So the research question was, how should government support workers to address disruption from mine closures and facilitate decarbonization? So using the theoretical insights, we looked at the 4 dimensions and also taking into consideration the justice elements. So just to summarize, what came out was that these 4 just transition policy dimensions could be viewed as, you could target individuals and their communities, or provide benefits in the short or long term, or reskill the workforce, or upgrade the local and regional infrastructure. So these came out in the words of the people that we were interviewing, because we were looking at, if, for instance, you could, this 8.5 billion, whether it comes in loans or in cash money, what could it be used for in terms of benefiting the people that may lose jobs due to coal mine closures and those loss of work. So we're looking at whether those people could be directly compensated for lost wages and benefits, which some people agreed and said yes, they could do. They would like that, because then they could invest the money somewhere else or open their own businesses. Another option was to provide benefits in the short and the long term, so direct financial support for local governments, which also in these particular mining areas, local government will also, as the mine closes, it also means a loss of revenue for those local municipalities. So that kind of investment is also needed in those areas. Reskilling the workforce, people were quite encouraging in terms of wanting new skills, because they were aware that the coal jobs are going to go away and they need to be reskilled. They need to find new work as well. And then also the investment in new roads and energy supply infrastructure was also part of what people suggested that these kind of investments could be used for. So in conclusion, what we found, or what I can say in terms of the South African case, is that climate finance and investments need to be accompanied by clear and achievable goals, and that a just energy transition cannot be reached without the participation of all key players. And in this case, I think we often leave out communities, or they are the last people we contact, or we talk to. They should actually be the first people first points of contact, and they should be part of the process, because they are the ones that are going to be most impacted by the changing energy systems. Energy justice has a critical role in ensuring the application of justice principles to the way we think of energy systems. So it's not only about technology, but also it also has to be sensitive to the people's needs. Also, embedding justice elements to the energy transition process could increase trust in government. We found that people were not so trustful of government, because when you're talking about money and these large investments that the other countries are making to South Africa, people were skeptical. They were like, no, we don't think that government will be in a position to handle that amount of money, because of known corruption and mismanagement of funds that has happened before in the country. In South Africa, high rates of unemployment, poverty, and inequality make it difficult to quicken the energy transition process. So these are all the things that need to be taken into consideration when one is thinking of implementing an energy transition that could also be just as well. Also, just as the last point, is that transparency is key, especially in the South African context. Now, going to the moderator's question, in terms of expanding energy access. So, having worked with low-income communities in South Africa and other African countries, what I've seen is that with regards to expanding energy access, energy subsidies have worked quite well. So, having strong and well-directed and transparent energy policies that make sure that they provide subsidies for low-income households in a way that they would be able to have access to be able to afford modern energy services while they are able to also take care of the households. I think that is quite key. It has worked, not totally 100%, but that is one thing that has shifted and has changed the way people we have been able to access energy services, especially amongst the low-income households.
Thank you. Thank you
I
so
thank
much.
you all for your attention. That was the last slide for my presentation.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Appreciate that. So, moving
Thank
on.
you.
Mr. Kundu. Yes, so Mr. Kundu, Jaideep and Max, we have the three of us, actually me along with you and the chairperson have the unenvious job of keeping everyone awake after the lunch, right? So it's been a while. So may I request you to be as efficient as possible with your presentation and perhaps try to see if you can wrap up in 5 minutes? Yeah?
That's a very
maybe
efficiency challenge, but
maybe,
anyway, I'll try my best.
You can try and wrap up in 5 and I can count 7.
Perfect.
Yeah?
Can anyone help to upload the presentation?
I think it's already on.
Okay. Oh. The chair of the session and my fellow panelists and ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon and thank you very much Jharkhand government for giving us the opportunity to share our experience. So my session is basically I'm trying to explain the synergizing Indo-German effort for sustainable energy landscape. So as in the German embassy colleague in the previous session mentioned, the framework condition for any synergy of Indo-German cooperation comes with the Indo-German Partnership for Green and Sustainable Development, which was signed by the heads of the state of two countries in 2022. And that has many areas, so I will now move directly into the energy cooperation. So under the energy cooperation, there is an overarching framework, that's the Indo-German Energy Forum. And this forum basically there are 5 ministries from both countries are involved. From Indian Ministry of Power, MNR, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, and Department of Economic Affairs. And from Germany, it's a Ministry of Development Cooperation and Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action. The forum is the forum is the apex body, and the forum actually started in 2006 by the Indian Prime Minister and the German Chancellor with a vision to jointly discuss and achieve towards the green energy transition. And it's basically the highest body of the forum where they prepare the directions, policies, and how to go about the forum, which are the areas that has been decided during a forum meeting, which happens once in a year. And then apex body is the co-chair from both countries. From India, the Secretary Ministry of Power is the co-chair, one co-chair, and then Secretary from the Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Climate Action in Germany is another co-chair. And then based on this co-chair, they have identified the 4 areas that both countries will work for achieving the green energy transition. So one is flexibilization of existing thermal plant, renewable energy. One part is through a financial cooperation and technical cooperation and financial cooperation. Technical cooperation by the GIZ and financial cooperation by German Development Bank KfW.
Other than that, that forum continues to do other activities. Forum organizes study tour, trade fair participation, connect business to business, high-level government to government meetings, etc. So its idea is to one way to do or disseminate the best practices, do the focus studies, conduct the focus studies, and also connect industries between two countries to have a discussion and take it forward the identified project. And the lands, as I said, that forum is two other thing is that German technical cooperation and financial cooperation. That is the landscape of German technical cooperation. You see the different dates. I'm not getting detail into each and every project. So there are some projects are already, we are under implementation, and some already planned, and you see different colors is basically the finances is coming from two German ministries. As I mentioned that it's two German ministries are involved, and all the program have been financed with the support of 76 GIZ staff. We have office in Delhi as well as we have offices in states according to the project. And you see we work with MNRE, Ministry of Power, with Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Coal, and Niti Aayog for the policy cooperation. And if you see that MNRE is the majority work we do with MNRE, and started with, it started long ago with preparation or support MNRE for Solar Atlas, to all policy support, disseminations, communications, and supporting, preparing different guidelines, framework. We have a different program, like we have a program to access to solar in the rural areas, where we have supported the rural people to connect it to get into the distributed renewable energy product. We also supported the rural entrepreneur to get into this distributed renewable energy product business. Also we supported couple of states for preparing the energy action plans. We also have a water pumps installation, as well as supported preparing the monitoring and evaluation portal to PM Kusum scheme. In fact, GIS is the only bilateral technical assistance agency directly working with the technical assistance support to the PM Kusum scheme. And then we have a Bureau of Energy Efficiency. There are many areas we work. It started with a very, what I called, it's a very lighthouse scheme of a PAT scheme. We initially started supporting the Bureau of Energy Efficiency to come out with the PAT scheme. Now we are working extension of the scheme, not exactly the PAT, because the two sector, steel and paper, are not part of the PAT. So we are now giving the capacity building support to those industries to achieve the energy efficiency target and energy efficiency technologies. Then we also have supported to prepare the district cooling guideline. And in the Ministry of Coal, we have just started a project. We are in discussion. We are designing a new project of just energy transition. And then Ministry of Power, we also have the support to DISCOM, and also Ministry of Housing and Housing and Urban Development. We have a thermal proofing building. We support for thermal proofing building. So that's a landscape. And then that's come out with a kind of a amount, right, around 54 million euro under implementation, and under preparation 87 million euro, although money doesn't give any indication, but that give a scale of activities, bigger scale of support. We work with the Indian side. And then we also have the Green Hydrogen Task Force. It has again been announced when the Green and Sustainable Development Partnership was signed, that both heads of the state of two countries decided to develop, set up a Green Hydrogen Task Force and develop a Green Hydrogen Roadmap. And accordingly, the Green Hydrogen Task Force was, the joint declaration was signed by the Ministry of Minister MNRE as well and Minister the German Climate Ministry. And then we are very closely working and supporting Green Hydrogen Task Force to prepare the Green Hydrogen Roadmap. And we have also, there are 4 working group on the engineering side, storage, financing, legal framework, and now we have almost submitted the green hydrogen roadmap draft document to MNRE and the German ministry. So now they are reviewing, and then we will have some meeting and discussion and take it forward. And then finally, as German financial cooperation through KfW Development Bank, they also finance the investments in the renewable energy sector, and they are also present in renewable energy, power transmission, distribution, and energy efficiency. They have the instruments they support with the interest reduced loan to the sovereign, means to the government of India, and then it was given to the different state discoms, and they also have a line of credit to the public sector undertakings, state-owned financial intermediaries, as well as they have recently started cooperating in a policy-based lending with Ministry of Power for discom reforms, and they also have a preparatory grants. And under the financial cooperation, many lighthouse project has been implemented, like German Solar Energy Partnership, Green Energy Corridor, then street lighting program. So that's the overall landscape. As I think I try to manage as much as possible to sort it. Thank you very much.
This is perfect. Thank you so much for your presentation. So, thank you. Max, the floor is yours, but as you kind of help us understand as to what does open access energy system modeling implies, please help us also understand as to where do you believe it can make a difference in the just transition. 5 minutes.
Awesome, thank you. I try to be in time. So hello everyone. I'm Max, CEO of Open Energy Transition. First a shout out to SEED for organizing that. Thank you, Rama, for the invitation. Thank you, Mr. Rastogi. And also thanks, speakers, for moderating the session and also helping me to survive my first Indian chili that I tried just by accident for lunch. So I'm still trying to survive the chili. I'm talking today about energy system planning, and we heard some great examples on where it's actually used. They never said it directly, but actually it's used in the background. So Mr. Do, for example, talked about the South Korean emission targets, like they set targets, but to actually how to translate them into tangible capacity decisions. This is something where you need energy planning. Same for South Africa. We heard something about the JET planning, just energy transition planning. And here, the speaker was also talking about integrated resource planning. This is fundamentally an energy planning challenge. Okay, here we see also some, an image of India. This is, by the way, the Indian energy power system. What you can see here with all the transmission power lines and the generators. This is, by the way, that's openly available. It's free. You can just explore it. So you can do your planning based on that. What are generally goals from energy system planning? I want cheap electricity, cheap energy in general. Pay as little as possible. I also want the energy systems to be stable. I don't want blackouts. I experienced here a couple of blackouts already, but this is what you want to, in the best case, avoid. And of course, I want energy system that is not polluting, that is contributing to a clean environment. And everything should be, of course, done in a fair way. The transition should happen in a fair way. And energy system planning is really used to help achieving these objectives. And it's really about how to operate energy systems and how to plan the investments for the future. And you can think about planning a road trip, but it's just with electricity in this case, or energy in general. For energy, and so some of the previous speakers, they always had this great ideas, but I wouldn't always feel confident to vocalize them, because it's not, there are many solutions the question is just which solution is maybe a little bit cheaper, maybe more affordable, more just. And this is really hard to decide. And for that purpose, we're using software in general. But there's a problem, like all this software is, currently the commercial standard on the software side is black boxed. Now I'm moving to this open part. So black box means you cannot really see what's in there, how things are so black box means you cannot really see what's in there, how things are operating, how your consultants like McKinsey, Boston Consulting Group, how they're coming up with these numbers. They just present them to you, right? But like the problem with that is, I don't know how these numbers are made up. I can also just make up some numbers. Are these good numbers? This is what you see then in 5 to 10 years. And I think we also had the speaker from South Africa. Like the planning, like wasn't probably the most successful because they have really big issues in South Africa on this kind of load shedding. So open planning is really about making these numbers transparent. Like we use software to actually, like open source software, which actually allows you to see what's going on, how we come up with these numbers. You can customize everything and change it for your own needs. And the cool thing is also for free. When it's for free, it doesn't mean that you always know how to perfectly use it. Like there's still some expertise needed. But there are people that can help you. So you might think, okay, well, like there's a solution, open energy planning is there. One thing you might ask, is it a thing, right? Is it good, stable, valid? Open energy planning is like for the last 5 years the standard in research. Like people only do it. Makes a lot of sense, right? Like I want to see how people come up with these numbers, want to reproduce results and so on. In the industry, it's like we see a big trend in the industry that people move to this open energy planning direction. The European Commission is using open energy planning, the Canadian energy regulator, transmission system operators across Europe are using that. And we also have some examples in India actually. So SEED with Rama and Manish there, like they're working on informing this plans here in Jharkhand with open energy planning. So I'm really excited to see the results. I also heard talking with some of the colleagues that Tata Steel is using some of this open source software, as well as Terry has like some record of doing some work on that.
Max, just 1 minute.
Okay, that's good. So open energy planning helps you to save billions. It at least helps you avoiding spending it in the wrong directions. And I just want to give you a takeaway here. So the next time you talk about energy planning, remember always that there is something like open energy planning. And if you need support with that, we have a non-profit software company and consultancy that can help you to do it in the best way. I think we have some of the most talented people all around the world. And we are also people all around the world, like we are a global operating company. And yeah, in this sense, I thank you very much. And I'm trying some Indian now, like some Hindu now. Shukriya. Was that correct? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Max. Jaideep, let's get cracking on the last 5 minutes. And you're the hydrogen guy, right? So you're going to demystify for all of us as to how Jharkhand can become a green hydrogen economy. So as you do that, please help us understand, I mean, is hard to abate really hard to abate, or can it be made easier to abate?
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, organization, for giving this opportunity. So, yeah, after this lunch, the session is quite difficult, and I try to keep you awake as much as possible. So, I come from John Cockrell. We are the manufacturer of electrolyzers, which is the which produce the hydrogen that is considered the cleanest hydrogen available on the earth as on today. So hydrogen is a very good source of energy, a good carrier of energy as well, and when produced with the renewable energy, there is no carbon emission, and it can be stored, it can be used again to produce electricity, it can be used as a fuel, it can be used to produce another green molecules in fertilizer industries, ammonia, in steel industries, in city gas blending, and so on. So there are various applications where hydrogen can be used. As we speak now, we are in the process of setting up a electrolyzer manufacturing facility in India. We have a JV with Greenco, that is a renewable energy player, and we plan to set up a 1 gigawatt scale manufacturing capacity in India in next 2 to 3 years. We have been shortlisted by government for the subsidy scheme under the SIDE program, under National Hydrogen Mission. So that was the first step for us, and we have been selected there. So the introduction, quick introduction about John Cockrell, more than 200 years old group, expert in technology, in manufacturing, and the values of the groups, the commitments are very clear. As you can see on the screen, the facilitation of low carbon energy, the contribution to the green mobility, enhance the security, preserve the natural resources which we have, and provide the solution being responsible to the industries. Few key values as the John Cockrell hydrogen business is that we have a team which have experience of maybe more than 30 years of experience in this electrolyzer industry, more than 1,000 references. The largest electrolyzer we provide is 5 megawatt, and we have more than 70 references for that worldwide. Globally we cover more than 25% of the market share, and more than 500 megawatt electrolyzers have been sold in last 3 years. So I spoke earlier about our JV in India with Greenco. We have a global target of around 8 gigawatt. The current plants in operation are in China. The one in France is under commissioning, and we have a target to set up a new plants in Morocco, in Middle East, in Australia, and so on. That's the technology, the principle of production of hydrogen is very simple, very easy. The one we have studied long back in school. We have to give electricity, we have to break the water into hydrogen and oxygen, and the efficiency of the process is where we make some difference in the industry, and the further applications, the purification to separate oxygen and the moisture from the gas, and to make it usable for the different applications at a different pressure. I will not talk about too much on the product side, but yeah, since we produce the large size electrolyzers, that is 5 megawatt, so that is something which is very important for the industry to know, that how a large size electrolyzer can make an impact when it is compared with the small size electrolyzers where it is running at a commercial operation. So you can see the difference when we have a 5 megawatt stack single, and we have another 5 stacks each of 1 megawatt. So there is a huge saving on the commercial, on the building size, on the mechanical components, on the instrumentation side, the electrical side, and on the overall footprints. At the same time, when we talk about the pressure, so the most of the industries are expecting hydrogen in their process, like more than 10 bar, 15 bar, 20 bar, 30 bar. So pressure is something where we make a difference, and when we produce hydrogen at a pressure of 15 bar or more, so there is a huge saving on the energy consumption. That is the benefit of a pressurized electrolyzer. Here are few layouts of few plants, 5 megawatt, 10 megawatt years back in Taiwan. More than 100 megawatt we have 2 references in China. In Europe we have some references working for the mobility project Liège Airport, Repsol in Spain. We are working with NG for 100 megawatt plus projects in Columbus, in Netherlands, and that's it from John Cochrane. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jaideep. So we have one more speaker who's left, and he has joined online, Mr. Hanson from Ghana, who will be speaking a bit of on the generation and transmission, and perhaps helping us understand how Ghana is dealing with its own energy transition and just transition. So, Mr. Hanson, if you don't mind, perhaps you could keep it to 5 minutes as well. We would be really appreciative of that, and we can then get to our chairperson to close us out. So, over to you.
Hello. Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I've been enjoying the discussion and following it keenly. Let me say that I'm happy and very glad to join the discussion and bring perspectives of Ghana. I'm making this presentation on behalf of my minister, who unfortunately had to join a very pressing discussion, so he asked me to do this on his behalf. So permit me not to waste too much time, as the moderator has said, to share just a very short slide on Ghana's energy transition. I think the screen should be on now. Yep. All right. So I'll just give a quick overview of Ghana's energy transition. Why should Ghana even bother to develop an energy transition plan? Look, we are a very small country, just the size of the United Kingdom in West Africa, but just about 30 million people. Contribution to emissions are almost negligible compared to global numbers. But in Ghana, we are already, like other African countries, starting to feel the impacts, the adverse impacts of climate change. So the presidency, they are taking this very serious. They are saying, look, we need to make small steps in our own way to help in addressing this global phenomenon. So in 2022, the president launched the Ghana Energy Transition Framework in Sharm el-Sheikh. And based on that framework, we have developed an investment plan. The guiding principles of the investment plan was one, of course, it's an investment plan to create conditions for investment in Ghana's energy systems by pursuing an energy mix that is aligned with international investment appetite. Of course, we are a developing country. We have just found oil not so long ago. So the investment appetite now for new oil and gas fields is a bit low because of the global shift towards the transition. So we need to bring an energy mix that would still be able to attract investor appetites. We also need to grow new sectors, optimize microeconomic benefits. And also, I think the earlier speaker said, energy security and trade balances. These are very important for us. Ghana has a very high access rate of electricity. We have about 88% of the population of Ghana having access to electricity. How do we keep energy security to these people with already access? So we thought it's one of the guiding principles for an energy transition plan or an investment plan. We also knew that, look, if we are going to transition from fossils to more sustainable energy sources, then some jobs would be impacted. We have to reskill people to take up new jobs. So employment impact is one of the very critical things that underpinned the development of our energy transition and investment plan. Of course, environmental sustainability still is the linchpin that guided our energy transition. And then lastly, affordability. We are a developing economy. A lot of industries are setting up. How are we going to make electricity or energy sources still affordable to keep the industries in Ghana so that we are not giving prohibitive tariffs that will drive the investors away? So these are the guiding principles to our country's energy transition plan. And this transition plan, an investment plan, was done with support from SE for All. So it's available online. It's available at the ministry's website, and we can all have a look at it in-depthly after the presentation. What are some of the challenges the country faced in putting up this energy transition? And what are some of the lessons we learned and policies that we have brought up in doing this? So was stress to energy security, like I said. We have to adapt natural gas as a transition fuel. So Ghana has a lot of thermal plants. About 60% of our generation capacity is from thermal plants. And we use indigenous gas, natural gas from our own oil and gas fields, and some imports from Nigeria, our neighbor. So we have to make sure that we are adapting fully to natural gas, which has been named as a transition fuel, to promote energy supply, also to ensure that government does not lose too much revenue. Government has projected revenue from its oil and gas sources. As we transition, that would mean that we would have to abandon some of these projects, and then government may lose revenue that is required for other critical projects like health, education. So we need to maybe increase our trade among other countries and also explore other opportunities such as emission trading and carbon swaps and all that as instruments to bring in revenue to government. Another challenge that we faced in putting up our energy was the potential stranded assets. We have gas processing plants, oil rigs, and all these assets that the oil and gas industry comes with. So we have to fast track maybe exploration and development and production of our oil and gas resources before the transition hits by 2060, 2050. And mind you, Ghana is transitioning in our own way. We are expected to transition to net zero by 2060. And that is the expectation of government, and we are all working towards that. So these are some of the policies that we have adopted to address the challenges that come with the transition.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson.
What are some of the opportunities?
Can you please take about 15 seconds to wrap up, because we are way over time, so we would appreciate if you could just wrap up now.
Yes.
Thanks.
So I'll give up this last slide. So the benefits of our transition. So when we're able to implement our food transition plan, these are the benefits. In the near term, we are looking at investments of about 24 billion across all sectors, transport, power, all that, 24 billion in the near term. And then by 2060, an aggregate of about 500 billion in investments. So there's a lot of opportunity for investments in Ghana, and we want to bring it across everybody. There are investment opportunities, engage Ghana, and we can partner to make sure that we can all transition to net zero as the world is doing. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your presentation. So with this, we come to the end of the presentations, and I would like to invite our chairperson, Mr. Suresh Kumar, to come and really close the session for us. But also say one quick thing, which is that I would encourage the SEED team to perhaps make these presentations available to the audience of the conference, and maybe for any attendees who want to speak to the presenters, if they had any questions, I would encourage you to talk to them off stage. And with that, chairperson, please.
Thank you, Vikas, for a fantastic way you moderated the whole session and brought it to close within close to 5 p.m. I think 5 p.m. was a deadline, and you did an excellent job in bringing close. Okay, a few thoughts about energy transition. It has to be sustainable, of course. That's the reason why the topic is sustainable energy transition. Now, the issue actually is that quite a few states have yet to get to the act of planning their own energy plans. What exactly do you want? What are your drivers in terms of your energy? The understanding itself is very weak. Currently, the thought is, energy is only limited to the electric energy. I mean, it doesn't stop at the electric energy itself. There are so many other energy inputs into every household, every industry, every system. 2047 and finally 2070. Every year we have a COP. Every year we keep repeating our promises. but it should not be such a situation that, you know, at the end of 2030, we got a very sorry figure. India being a federal country, states have powers, and energy is luckily both a central as well as state subject, and both center can and state can legislate. Now, center has a major role, and it's playing a major role in terms of, you know, setting the directions. Now, it's now up to the states to take it forward. Unfortunately, what's happened actually is that most of the pressure has fallen on the central sector organizations to live up to the expectations that central government has set. States are still laggards. Until and unless we ensure that the states come on board and legislate and also implement certain energy transition measures, I don't see much happening. Very simple thing, as Mr. Marana mentioned, the energy efficiency alone can be a huge saver. Okay, but then, you know, we are all remiss in, you know, implementing energy efficiency measures. You won't believe it, most of the distribution companies don't even think that energy efficiency is a part of their portfolio. They believe that, you know, if a company or an industry were to do energy efficiency, it would be something which is a setback to them, because they'll not be able to sell that much power to them. So the thought process alone is a very negative, nil-sum sort of a theory which they all subscribe to. Now, they should understand that it's actually a variable sum. If you cooperate with your own customers, you will take your customers to a higher trajectory. And if they go to a higher trajectory, you benefit in the process. This thinking is no longer there. And no one has even modeled what exactly is the RE input into a particular system and how is it going to matter. See, even a simple thing like rooftop solar, the implementation is very, very skewed. Gujarat, Maharashtra have done fantastically. Every other state is a bit of a laggard in this process. So we just forced the Prime Minister now also to announce a new scheme to put up solar, subsidize it heavily to such an extent that, you know, people would definitely come forward now to do it. But I can still tell you that most of the distribution companies are still dragging their feet over it. They feel threatened. Now, they're not understanding that the job of a distribution company is not to look after themselves. They're supposed to look after the customers first. So here again, this thought process is something which needs to undergo a change. Now, currently we're all getting into very expensive thermal energy, which we definitely need. I'm not saying that we don't need thermal energy at all. We need thermal energy because of the intermittency of the RE. Now, here again we have a distortion. I don't know how many of you are aware, there is something called ISTS, Interstate Transmission System. Now, all the western states which generate RE power are able to transport their power across the transmission system at absolutely zero cost. This is a huge, 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 huge subsidy that they're getting straight away. Now, this is not going to last long. They've already indicated by June 25 that this is going to go. Now, I'm not very sure that our RE industry has ever factored this yet. Because the day it's going to go, the charges that you have to pay will offset the whole energy dynamics completely. RE might again become costlier than the thermal power. Now, hopefully, yes, this might induce some of the states which are on the east coast and on the north to start producing RE power. Because now currently they're all dependent on thermal power, which is powered within their own state during the daytime, and RE power during the night, which they import from the western states and the southern states, either wind or solar power. Now, this configuration is again undergoing to change. Load management is another critical area which we still not understand. Hardly any load forecasting studies are done by distribution companies to understand where exactly the load is going. They just have ballpark figures that this industry consumes so much, so much, so much. Because that is also built into the tariff. Now, every industry has to take a contracted load. He says, okay, I will purchase maybe 10,000 units in a month. So he pays a fixed charge, and he also pays a variable charge. Now, if he doesn't draw the load, he only has to pay the fixed charge. So a distribution company is happy with that itself, but it's not, trying to maximize its business in the sense of, getting more and more people to use electricity also. So there are areas where there's a huge amount of improvement that's required in terms of not just electricity, in terms of other forms of energy. It could be cooking, it could be the transport sector, where electricity can make a huge penetration into the sector. It can completely change, I can still say that, for example, before the World War I, we had horses. Then we had Model T Ford. Now we are seeing one transition happening into the electric. And believe me, in another 5 years, you will see the transition into the hydrogen also. So this is an area where probably the maximum change is definitely happening. And maybe hydrogen would definitely fuel the entire energy requirements also later on if the electrolyzer cost is going down. So overall, I suppose that probably even Jharkhand also must take a look into the hard figures about what exactly are the sources of energy consumption and how do they reckon that in terms of improving the changeover or the transition from carbon-based to non-carbon-based fuels. I think that's something that's going to be very, very crucial for Jharkhand to plot and understand and develop an action plan and implement that action plan. Unfortunately, each action plan doesn't go beyond maybe a couple of years because there's again a regime change or probably a change in the bureaucracy, and all plans are that's why shelved. So I suppose it requires a consistent commitment, and only a consistent commitment will get you where you need to be by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar, and we look forward to your leadership on this. And with that, a round of applause for the whole panel, please. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now may I please request Lakshmi to kindly come forward and felicitate our chairperson, our speakers, and our moderator. Our chairperson, Mr. S. Suresh Kumar. A token of appreciation. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, please be here. Don't go. Okay, so next, Mr. Suresh Chandra Maharana, one of our speakers. Next, Mr. Anirban Kundu. Mr. Maximilian Parzen. Mr. Joydip Malik. And our moderator, Mr. Vikas Mehta. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Now you can get down the podium and be comfortable. With that, we will be ending our conference today, my friends. But before you leave for the coffee, I would like to brief you a little about tomorrow's agenda, which is equally important. Tomorrow we will be dealing with 4 topics. As usual, the breakout session will be here in the grand ballroom as well as in the hibiscus. So the topics that we will be dealing with tomorrow, let me give you a little brief on that so that you have from the morning an idea which venue you could visit. For the day 2, we have in Grand Ballroom, driving coal transition avenues for economic diversification, repurposing and social protection. The second breakout session we have revolutionizing transport steering towards sustainable mobility. And hibiscus we have envisioning a decarbonized tomorrow, pathways to the low carbon future, and revolutionizing transport steering towards a sustainable mobility. So these are the 2 sessions Tomorrow, the 4 sessions that we will be having tomorrow, followed by the valedictory session. Tomorrow again will be a very important day. We will be seeing you again tomorrow with 4 new exciting topics, topics we need to deal with, we need to fight towards a better future. Thank you so much, everybody. Before leaving, please do join us for the coffee. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a wonderful day. See you tomorrow again. Thank you.